Well, sorry. Trying to maintain my voice. Sorry. Well, that wasn't 30 seconds. I'm sorry. But that's YouTube's fault. It decided to just do a sort of a swirly bob thingy. In reality, I had my finger on the button and I would have been back in 35 seconds. I apologize. It kicks people out and I went over the 12-hour mark. It probably cut me off of my last video in mid-sentence if anybody watches this later. Although I was so feverish and I'll probably wake up in the morning and say, I don't know if that video should exist. But you were first. Hey, Robert beat you. Wasn't Robert? Oh, you both tied. That's a dead heat for 7:40 p.m. comments. Hey, you guys both won. Dang, cool. Toggle timestamps. Okay, welcome back, guys. I'm sorry this happens. So just to kick this off, we are I am a little bit still mildly feverish with the flu, feeling way better than the last couple of days. However, I was about to go to sleep. I had the last stream go till 2 in the morning. When I saw this, I couldn't go to sleep on this fire. This was very concerning. It was one of the 3 lightning strikes that did not get put out from the lightning storm we had, which was good for the Dixie and Caldor, but oh, sorry, excuse me, guys, not good anywhere else the lightning hit because it was dry here, pretty dang dry. I'm so sorry, guys. Oh, it's time for a fisherman's friend lozenge. So what are we looking at? The reason why I was so alarmed this morning, at 2 in the morning, we've been watching this for a couple of nights. We saw them on the infrared. They were small, little. There was speculation that since it's the wilderness area, that they'd be the lowest priority. That some even wondered bitterly if they would be, quote, allowed to burn because it's federal land and these old policies or this or that. There was a lot of speculation. Also, the fact that it happened on the border of a national forest, a national park, and tribal land, and some private land in between, is a bureaucratic nightmare about whose responsibility is this. Which one of our policies do we enact? And that kind of complication just sucks. You don't need red tape and extra complications. So last night when I got so alarmed was the fact that it didn't die down after sunset or even after midnight. The midnight miracle was not happening, which is when a fire looks ferocious at around 11 to midnight. It just, boom, lays down. And that's how a lot of our communities and special places have survived. We had like 18 consecutive days of midnight miracles that, if they hadn't happened to Dixie and the Caldor and Monument and everything else, the river would have really destroyed a lot more, towns included. So we ran out of luck. There is no midnight miracle because it was still actively burning post-midnight. We could see it at the base. We could see this bunch of clouds in front of it. So here's like some, well, not really clouds, a smoke layer just sitting there. And the fire behind that smoke layer, this is visible from the south looking north, was so active that hot smoke was going up here. And this was hot smoke penetrating the top. And this is the light and the heat. I don't think we're seeing actual flames. We're seeing the heat reflected off the hot smoke in the background. And so even though it was dead calm with only 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts, as forecast for most of the rest of the week, okay, chat shenanigans. Wow. You know what? If you're targeted, that usually means you're awesome, Bob. You know, they don't make sport of random people that much unless there's a serious jealousy component. That's all I can say, Bob. You're consistently one of the awesomest people here. Yeah, yeah. Somebody hit the. Okay, I'm sorry. Why you do this to me? Somebody makes this thing in chat. I'm trying to explain something that's awful. We'll address that later. I have to go on with the horrible, grim news. This is what we're terrified about. Just honestly, just terrified for the community. I'm under a whole lot of stress. I have not been feeling good this day, mostly because of what I'm seeing. I had a jolly attitude, feeling better, and then this has been bad. So once again, we monitored this. I was going to end the stream at midnight. I delayed it for 2 hours because this was so concerning. All three of the big fires that they didn't have the chance to put out before they got a bit bigger. There's a series of lightning strikes up all around the mountains just east of southeast of Fresno, and you know where the Sequoia National Park is, where the giants are, just uphill from Three Rivers. Lightning struck right there in multiple places, and so the two big fires, the Paradise and the Colony, were the ones they couldn't get at. They got so close. They dragged hose line 5,000 feet of hose up a cliff, only to figure out they were too late and had to coil it back up and go back down and retreat to the road. They're trying to keep it south of Crystal Cave Road. They'll probably not be successful, but that's a goal. Here it was, midnight, 1 o'clock. Not only was it still active, it was trying to form pyrocumulus clouds most of the night. 2 in the morning, 3, I get a little bit like, okay, I can take some hours off. I'll come back in the morning. I announced that. And as soon as 5, 6 in the morning comes, I'm like, oh no. Because instead of sleeping with a smoke layer on top of it, got heat. And the smoke pops up above the inversion layer. It was fierce enough to penetrate it and just pop out of the top. So not even smoke layers and almost dead calm winds have changed anything about this. It's fuel driven. It's monstrous. And watch what happens at 6 in the morning. This is what really alarmed me, where I went, okay, we're going to watch videos on this, not just say, hi, I'm restarting the stream and bye, I need to go nap. We are going to watch everything we can about this, because that is 6:10 in the morning, blowing up like a freight train, like a volcano. And that was very concerning. So it still is. The one of the most horrible meetings that I've ever witnessed, that just is grim and dire, and there's just nothing good to tell the community, was what we witnessed at the beginning of my stream yesterday morning. We first watched the Dixie update, but then next we tuned in to the update for this. For the this one is the southernmost of them. It's on the tribal land edge. It's pretty dang fierce, but it's considerably a distance away. So it's considered, I guess, separate from the K&P complex, which is what the Paradise and the Colony fires. Don't ask me why they're calling it Paradise Fire, but it's right now happening. The one in Tulare County. And this one we have the best views on at Tobias Peak. But all three of them can break out and go wild because they have retardant around them, but that only lasts for so long. So it could be tonight, it could be tomorrow. So they got really lucky. It would hold out for 24 hours, but it's not expected to. The fact that it was doing this at 6 in the morning is pretty dang unusual. And so today's heat from the sun and higher wind gusts, and the wind gusts coming down the forecast, it does not bode well for any of the communities. And so to recap the sobering, horrifying community meeting, they don't have enough people. They have 130 people. They asked for more people. Only the Rocky Mountains can deliver hotshots and strike teams. Everywhere else, there's nobody in California to send. I don't know if they could even get the fire engines from cities right now, because they're pretty much all on the other fires. Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thank you so much for for checking in with your kind support all the time. Little pats on the head are what keep me going when things are this grim. Like, this is day 65 or something of my stream. Almost every waking hour is spent on these. I've had, I think, 5 days off. My energy level is extremely low. And just, I did take September 11th off, but every time I think I might get 2 days in a row off, just don't think about fires for 2 days and don't look at them and don't hear about them. Things change. Like today I said, okay, we watched the horrible meeting. I mean, it's a good meeting. It was frank, to the point, honest, really good communication, if not really troubled audio. But this is bone chilling. You can look at it yourself. The lady in the back room, she's very knowledgeable. It turns out she's a firefighter. Frank, oh hey Frank, welcome back. Not good road access, just slight amounts. One of the fires was completely inaccessible to ground units. 100% inaccessible. They tried to hike in. They tried to figure out something with helicopters. It is a death trap to drop in units. Let me go look and figure out which one was that one. Let me go back to the K and P. This is a 45-minute video, and I thought we were going to skim it, and it was just on the edge of your seat riveting because of the frank talk that they were just basically giving the bad news to the community. We can't protect it. And we'll try, but with so few people and such a large amount of time to go by before help arrives, with their lack of resources, not enough aircraft. And today they didn't even fly at all. They said our best hope was flying the aircraft. They didn't. It was too smoky. The incident overview is pretty bad. The projected incident activities on InstaWeb are abysmal. So they needed more time, and the fire needed to be further away from these communities. And it is not. It is not. They don't have the time, manpower, resources, and they don't even have a lot of roads to access these fires. 2 of them are completely inaccessible. 100%. Just not going to happen without being dropped off by helicopter. So we're considerably further down here, a little bit north of where the French fire was. And they were able to put out some of the lightning strikes when it just went over the landscape, basically. But not these 2. So you've got 0 roads. Some of these areas you got, and what the main roads look like are like converted wagon roads of the stagecoach era, not much wider than, making you uncomfortable in a Suburban, and you're a lot more comfortable in a Jeep. It's not, you don't want to be in a wide car. It'd be a little bit like, especially the crazy climbs on these peaks. And so at some points they just remained trails. They were never able to make a road up to these extreme. I missed a picture now, but this gives you a little bit of a clue. I mean, there's nightmarish snags, giant sequoia snags that can burn for an insane amount of time. And on the foothill side, you have chaparral, which explodes into black smoke, extreme rapid spread stuff. And look at this. Like, what can fewer than 200 hand crews do? How would they get here? Are they supposed to build a dozer line? Like, there's no options here. This is the death trap. There's too much vegetation for a fire to sweep over them like that. You can't. There's not enough time to even clear the vegetation off that to even make that a line before the fire would. If the fire is slated to go down to the river, and that will be, quote, catastrophic. the lady who got back up in at the meeting, she was a local firefighter, and said if it crosses this canyon, like goes into this drainage, it'll race up the other side. And it's spreading in different ways. Here's ridges. It's also going to go down the other side. I believe that's where Silver City is, but up this way is towards the Sequoias. And it is forecast in the incident projected activity to do all this fast. They are too close to everything. So their trigger point to evacuate 3 rivers, or at least I think it's 3 rivers too, but the audio was troubled. But Oak Grove, excuse me, which is right down here. The trigger point to evacuate is this peak, Milk Ranch Peak, being impacted by the fire. I hope they evacuated that, if that's a working lookout tower, because it's spreading, it's going, it's cooking, it's active. It's 8 p.m. It should be dying down. It's not going to throughout the night. Current weather: a dry onshore flow will maintain dry conditions over the fire through the week. Afternoon highs will remain a few degrees above average. It's the middle of the week. A cooling trend will take place beginning on Thursday and continue through the next weekend. Good ventilation will favor fire growth. Westerly afternoon and evening winds of 15 to 25 mile an hour, which means sustained, with gusts up to 40, will continue to surface over the wind-prone mountain and desert areas in the middle of the week. There just isn't any good news here. That's beginning on Thursday. And so the clock's ticking. It's already ready to bust out of its retardant lines. So the next 72 hours, even just the next 72 hours, the projected incident activity, remember, if it crosses this river, the firefighter lady said, basically, wouldn't that be catastrophic damage? Or catastrophic? And the sober nod was, yeah. And she goes, okay. So then what is it going to do? Basically, it'll race up here. Here's where the oldest, largest trees in the world basically are. The general row of the sequoia. And it's going to be threatened. It's a double whammy. They could try to get in there, and save the sequoias. The beloved sequoias, known the world over as irreplaceable treasures, growing since before the Bronze Age. Pinewood and the General's Row here. So they're that close. And so within the next 72 hours, the fire that way, the colony, will assault the giant forest. And the other one will race up this hill and assault it it'll be assaulted from 2 different directions. I don't know, with the small amount of people they have, that they could prevent it. There will be nothing to prevent it from racing up here and being on both sides of the canyon. And whenever the wind decides to go down, which is almost every night, downslope winds, here you have 3 rivers straight in the crosshairs. And it'll just continue to go spotting along. There's just too many structures to protect. And the firefighter lady said, what lines are here? Are there any? Good question. And sadly, the response was, not only are there no lines and no roads, but it's pretty inaccessible except by helicopter. And we might put people in there, but it's dangerous. And she basically says, please don't put anybody right there. We want you to live. Just structures can be replaced. We want you to live. And that's good feedback, because this is a death trap. There's nowhere to escape. There's really no even a trail, road, helipad, no way to get off this mountain if everything goes wrong. So they said they would assess the best place to put lines there. They would look at it. They flew over it today. They tried to map these fires today. We were waiting around noon to 1 o'clock, like Are they going to successfully map them? What you're seeing right now is not exactly accurate. They don't know where the fire's at because the map mission failed. Then we lost our cams around 4 p.m. We listened a little bit. We didn't hear much beyond fire crews running around on the roads. But here, I just have to read you the horrible forecast for this projected incident activity. Then hopefully we have an update. I really hope we have an update that's better somehow better. Hey, Alan, thank you for being here. Come back soon. Big hugs. So yeah, the what's at risk? Remember, it's right here. The Sequoias, for some reason, don't ask me why, 1800s. Sequoia National Park, the general trees, they're just named after Civil War generals. But oh, for the love of cars here. The perils of a VPN. Okay. Biggest trees ever. Some of them are fatter and wider, like baobabs, I think, in Africa, but they're not this big. So big you really can't fit them in the frame of a camera, unless you use a fisheye like that and then do Photoshop to undistort things. So the massive nature of these trees, some people try to reassure me that they can't burn, and I said, no. Mega fires are one of the very few things that can kill them. They have almost bulletproof bark for fire, but anywhere that it's compromised, like here, the General Sherman was already hit by lightning before. I don't know if that's a scar or if the bark fell off. That may have been even in the 1800s or whenever that happened. But if they have a breach in the armor, then it can get inside and eat the wood from the inside out. If it's extinguished or self-extinguishes by heavy rains, you can get a scarred tree like that, but it's super vulnerable. So a lot of them already have these battle wounds. But the biggest threat is not from the ground. There's not that much stuff on the ground. It's the top. We could have a crown fire, a racing, running crown fire, which is fire on the top of the treetops. Doesn't even have to be on the ground. But from such an elevation, if a pyrocumulus cloud were to form, then you would have not only one of the tallest peaks in the region, pyrocumulus cloud throwing the embers high up in the atmosphere if it really gets going and forming, like on a red flag day, and raining embers down. And that is the big, nasty type of fire you can't fight. Firefighters can go, okay. But a ground fire, I shouldn't have closed these all. I had this earlier as a teaching tool. And this is the crisis. This is explaining the crisis. Ground fires usually come from the base where a tree torches, meaning fire in the ground, like torches the tree. The whole tree goes up. And then if you have a ground fire, you have just the tops of the trees are mainly on fire, and it just goes. The embers hopscotch into others. And the independent type is very rare. There's really no fire in the ground. We could have an independent running racing ground fire because there's underneath the giants. There's not that much on the ground. So Edward, that's weird and sad. The General Sherman is 275 feet tall. It's a big one. Yeah. So yeah. Hey, D-Man. They certainly do burn. The mega fires are one of the few things that can kill sequoias and old growth forest, and just leave them with nothing left. There will be no seeds to open. There will be no reseeding. It will take human intervention to get a forest back, and that'll take. We will never live to see anything like that again. Whatever we lose at that age is not replaceable. give it another 5,000 years, it'll grow back, right? But nothing from before Christ or the Bronze Age is going to come back to us. That's not a renewable resource. And so the oldest trees ever on Earth are here. Is one particular spot. There's other groves that are good, but that's the one. That's the one with the best examples and the ones that I visited, and it's absolutely crazy that this is absolutely the worst scenario. Is that if these started over here and slowly worked their way, they'd have some time. If they started far away, they're right on the doorstep of communities, Silver City, the ghost town, the other historical places, the community of Three Rivers, and one of the UNESCO type heritage sites. If it's not one, it should be, or however, you know what I'm saying. It'd be like, I don't know what to compare this loss to. It would be insane. So the unfortunate outlook, going back to the planned actions for today, were use aviation resources to moderate the fire behavior while being available hand crews look for opportunities for line construction, direct and indirect. Prevent the fire from crossing the major drainages. That's the goal of today. Prepare infrastructure for the arrival of fire and provide protection during the fire's passage. They're basically saying there's not much stopping this, but hopefully we can prep some structures and save them and try to make lines somewhere. But with these 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts and 15 to 25-mile-an-hour sustained winds, that will begin probably on Thursday. That's just really bad. And they don't even need winds right now to be so active. So projected incident activity. In the next 12 hours, the Colony fire backs off that ridgetop. Paradise Fire rolls out to the north and runs upslope to the south. So that's what I just drew for you. Colony backs off the slope. This is within the next 12 hours. The Paradise rolls out to the north, meaning flaming debris rolls down like trains derailing. Like we're talking big, probably big trees. I don't know if that's all chaparral or what, but flaming debris rolls down the slope. Gets into the drainage. Or any little spot that gets over here, it runs. It races up. So the next 12 hours, the Colony fire backs off the ridgetop. The Paradise Fire rolls out to the north and runs upslope to the south. So upslope is this way. This is up actually. There's a bowl here. So it reaches this ridge. And guess what? This is the steepest, massive. Here's Silver City. Right there, and just flaming debris raining down on it from above is pretty bad. I'll have to look at the Google Earth, or not Google Earth, but see if the Google car ever made it here. But that's a very precarious situation. We could get extremely lucky with the fire wind direction or this or that going past it, but I don't think there's anything that once it gets to this ridgetop to prevent it from racing around. Or the rollout down here getting into the drainage and then affecting Silver City from below. There's all kinds of bad scenarios. But that's what happens in the next 12 hours. Excuse me, I shouldn't have drawn this. This is part of the after 12 hours, supposedly. In 24 hours, the Colony fire backs off the ridgetop. Slope reversal results in uphill runs to the north and to the east, towards the giant forest and lodgepole. Yep. And Paradise Fire, southern one. Fire rolls out to the north and runs upslope to the south. Slope reversal results in uphill runs to the north and east towards the giant forest. So they think that it will more likely take that path than that, but who knows? Could be wherever the embers land, In the next 48 hours, the colony fire backs off ridge tops in all directions. The Paradise Fire rolls out to the north, and slope reversal. Remember, rollout means rolling down the hill, down the hill. The Paradise Fire rolls out to the north, and slope reversal results in uphill runs to the north and east towards Giant Forest. Sorry, I read that already. 72 hours. Colony fire spreads through Yucca Creek and Marble Fork, and the Kawi. Sorry, I keep saying that wrong. These are the Kawi drainages. Maybe that's right. So we're the middle and east fork of the drainages. Here's the middle. The middle is the gun aimed at Three Rivers. The east fork is where it spreads through that drainage. Actually, whoops, I don't know where that's at. Some local could tell me. Oh, it says right here. Marble. Okay. That's Marble, middle. Where's East Fork? Oh, down here. Oh, no. So it comes down to here. So they shouldn't put anybody here. I just hope they don't. I don't see what the point is. I think that's what we're seeing here in this picture. If a local could tell me, it just seems to line up with what we're looking at. The Milk Ranch Peak, I guess. I could figure out if that's really a lookout tower. So everything the next 72 hours just looks really bad. They didn't get their aircraft. They didn't even get the ability to map it. Now let's see if there's a community meeting that's better than what's... They said they'd have one every day. But the evacuation going to mandatory for Three Rivers, I think, is very likely to happen. So best to prepare for that. Tell people that may not be aware just about the dangers. Maybe they didn't see the community meeting. Maybe link it to them. Because nothing about it was happy. So, yeah. I was hoping we'd see it here. That there would be our update. It's 8:12 p.m. Let me see if there was a link to an update. I know they're kind of busy. I search for the word community, but you'd think it'd be at the same 7 p.m. at the Three Rivers Memorial. It may not be live. It may just be something they update later. Okay. Yeah, Sequoia Kings NPS. That was for yesterday. I just thought at the end they said they'd have them every day. We may not have it then. I'm looking to see if they've uploaded photos, and they have done a little bit. We'll look at our cams in a sec. Hopefully they're in infrared right now, so we can see what the heck's going on. So this was updated 6 hours ago. Doesn't mean it's taken 6 hours ago, but here's the two fires. Wow. Wow. This was seen from the Buck Rock Fire Lookout, the same place we have one of our cams. I wish we could see as clear as that and in real time. Can you imagine? Somebody was streaming from a lookout tower. But yeah, when I say steep, rugged, inaccessible terrain, people seem to not quite get what that means. I'm talking, it's probably too difficult for a lot of world-class professional climbers to attempt, let alone a fire crew. Here's the other photo. That's the Paradise Fire, taken yesterday. The Paradise Fire also. I wish it would name peaks and such. Does any local know what we're looking at exactly? They're pulling water from Lake Kauai. Okay. They may have tried a little bit of stuff as splash with helicopters, but for the most of the afternoon we saw them pull away. Yeah. I don't know how many human generations it would take to get anything like these back. Of course, you just can't replace anything born in the Bronze Age. The amount of scientific study we can do with them has been incredible, too. It tells us all about the weather patterns of every single year of the tree's life. Climate study, and there's so much information in there. So I'm going back to chat. I don't know if anybody's asking questions. Yeah, Helen was saying you should mechanically treat around prize trees and coat them with foam. I don't know how you get to the top. I was thinking maybe gentle retardant drops on their crowns, but I don't know how gentle a drop like that can be. We know that small tanker planes, like the small ones, the Marsh S2s, can destroy an SUV. So that might actually just hurt the tree as much as anything. I don't know if it's possible, but it's the embers from above, I think, are the biggest threat. No, the running crown fire that we could get. And each one of these extreme giants, that could burn for months. I mean, winter's coming. Eventually, winter would put them out somehow. But that was their tanker action on the 10th. What if Santa Ana type things happen before winter? That's the absolute worst case scenario, which clock's ticking on that too. So they're the biggest trees by volume. Okay, there you go. There's a false sense of security. So many people say they're fire resistant, and I'm like, yeah, most years. Mega droughts are the one type of year when they suddenly have a chink in their armor. It really does take a mega drought to weaken them. It's their kryptonite. That's a better way to put it. It's their kryptonite. And embers raining from above. So it's hard to say. Maybe the fire will be a ground moving kind of thing. Maybe they can just go and do what they did before to protect them when fire approached. Maybe they don't have enough people. Maybe they'll attempt it. Maybe they won't. If it happens at night and it's less intense, they have the best chance of saving things. It happens during the day. There's 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts and embers land in the tree crowns. There's going to be one screaming nightmare of a crown fire. With these trees burning, they have the capacity to be on fire for months without really a way to reach the top of them with the hoses. Not even ladder trucks would matter. And when you get this going, when you get a full-fledged crown fire going, that's a cute diagram. This is what we can expect. Whatever. That's a crown fire. What do you do? There's nothing to do at all. Oh, Robin, hey, thank you for the insight. The picture of the retardant being laid at the top is to protect Crescent Meadow. Okay, so you have to spell retardant a certain way, otherwise you get auto-censored by YouTube. It's not me. But it thinks that it's a derogatory term. Exactly, Big Dog. Before the winter snows get here, remember we have to deal with the Santa Ana winds. That's if they arrive in October. Sometimes they wait till November. But remember, Big Dog, people were already dead, and there were huge mega fires going on by the 6th last time, last year. That was my grim anniversary. Oh, that's okay. I'm not chastising you at all. I think it's funny that Google's auto-censors stuff. We're talking about actual retardant. We're not using it derogatively. The lady whose last name was Bumpus, I got censored too. It's just like, well. But um, Helen Hinthorn says not necessary to treat the top of the trees if the understory fuels have been treated. That would resemble historic conditions. What I'm talking about, though, is that they're not that vulnerable from the ground. They're vulnerable. The crown is vulnerable. They have 90% ignition rate, and EFC is off the chart. Can you imagine how long one of the giants, or just one of the, not even the giants, one of the big old growth trees, just the normal kind, dotting the landscape? A lot of them are dead, Helen. This is a huge dead forest that has suffered 2 different fires. SQF complex is to the east of the Windy, but most of the landscape looks like that. See, here is one smoldering snag amongst the living trees of last year. But we have huge stands of the forest which are 70, 80, 90% dead, as some of them are almost 100% dead for the SQF complex of last year. So remember, we've got two different fire areas of concern. I just outlined the K&P. The Windy is right next to the massive burn scar of the SQF. Remember, it was one of those last year curses where we just couldn't believe it. They didn't have people to put on this fire. They were trying to save Brushberry Creek, Plumas County, Butte County, the August Complex, Napa County, and then all of a sudden Redding's on fire with this stupid PG&E starting the Zog fire, and then the Bobcat fire, and everything went off at once last year. They had nobody to really put on that. It just grew, and it eradicated a big swath of the old giants. Like that's mostly a wasteland, unfortunately. And what happened? A year went by. Instead of being alive, people think, oh, well, there's not that much burn now. No. There's more stuff to burn than ever after a mega fire goes through, because thousands of gallons of water are in every single tree, so they didn't burn. The branches burn off. It just kills the tree. But a year later, the trunks have all dried out. You have way more fuel in the landscape than you did the years prior. You got 8 times the fuel easily. So, yeah, Frank Presley saw weather forecasting. The winter in that area will be warmer than normal with less than normal snowfall. That's because of La Nina threat. Yeah, the Windy is here. It's on the Thule Indian Reservation land. So the nice thing that they said was, guys, we're not letting anything burn. We immediately quashed the rumors. We immediately said, this is extremely high priority. Please make us number 1 priority, because, well, this will get out of hand very fast. And these things are irreplaceable. This will get huge. Communities are at risk. Help. And they actually convinced somebody, according to the meetings. There's that one little bright spot. However, they said, we'll send somebody from the Rocky Mountains. They'll be here in a week or so. Oh, can we have aircraft? A couple. And what happened today, the New Mendocino fires yesterday and today, that pulled away resources. Yeah. Oh, good night, Buzz. Good night. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bunch of groves of other sequoias, but I'm talking about the ones we all know and love, the greatest. The greatest of the great. The General Sherman, the General Grant, and those that are accessible to the public and beloved by all, and just a spiritual experience. Even cold-hearted snakes look up and go, wow, these are cool. The people who just don't give a damn about anything. How do I know this? I've witnessed their reaction. I'm not going to be oppressed by some sort of Oh. Don't ask me how I know that. So, fire scientists say crown fires are rare in trees that are not superheated from below. Fuel treatment zones along ridge tops have completely survived extreme fire conditions. I really hope really, really hope we're not going to be the exception. But in a mega drought, the moisture content of everything is off the charts dry. They said Wheaties in a box of cereal are more moist than these fires because the fact that when you seal up Wheaties in the bag, there's some trapped air in there that contains moisture. The Wheaties absorb it like a desiccant packet. But guys, this is a mega drought. I don't think we know what the heck can happen right now. It is the word's rare. Don't mean impossible. And if it was ever going to happen, it would be during a red flag during a mega drought. So we don't have red flag conditions coming down the pipe, but I don't think we particularly need them for something quite bad to happen. I hope that what you're saying is absolutely true, and then the fuels, it goes around, and so the moving head of the fire moves around it. They herd it around the fire. They try to block it like rampaging bison out of a corral. It's going to stampede somewhere. You might as well just sort of put blocks up where you can. Hopefully it just doesn't go past them. I hope it just kind of goes past them, and that when the embers land in the trees, it'll be during the moist time of the night or something. So I want to grasp at something that would give them a better chance. It could be that only a few of the trees torch. If embers land on the branches, though, I think they really have a great chance of igniting because of the 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's going to whip them up. If they create a pyrocumulus cloud, as it's constantly trying to do on both of these camps, remember what we saw, what pyrocumulus clouds look like in the center. That's 1,200 feet approximately of a twister in the center. What if that rolls into the Sequoias? Like, what's going to happen? I don't think there's anything to be done. It's going to be a big game of luck and chance. Yeah, we do like what you have to say, but I want to believe, but the reality check is that even if it's remote in a good year, this is not a good year. So look what we just saw in the Dixie, and that wasn't heavy fuels compared to what's here. We saw the rampaging Dixie. We saw the fire tornadoes and fire whirls and fire vortexes, all 3 different varieties. We saw 18 of these spawn live on my channel again and again and again in the same spot. This is the center. This is what the center of a pyrocumulus cloud looks like. We now know because we have vision, technology that can see in the center. The human eye doesn't see that. The human eye sees just that. You know, like a mega pyrocumulus. Excuse me, that's the wrong image. The human eye sees something like that. But inside is that. More than 1,000-foot tall whirls. I know, it doesn't have the cams like here. I would kill some virtual goldfish in a game in order to have some FLIR cameras here. We really need that. When they dot the landscape, which I hope in the future they do, we'll have a way better understanding about what the heck's happening. So, yeah, I'm hearing what you're saying. You're right, Helen. 1,000-year-old trees have seen it all. It depends on management. Well, what I maintain is that it's no accident that they live to be this long, that the Indians are taking care of them the entire time with careful management. That's why the United States had so much old growth. It's not an accident. They were good stewards of the land. They depended on the land. They respected it. And they held these trees sacred. These are their churches. They protected them. They kept lighting the backfires year after year to burn the dust off and fertilize, and they had thousands of years of practice. I mean, it was inhabited for more than 14,000 years. They've been here at least that long. So we started having the mega fires and the mega troubles mostly after they were removed and in decline, you know. About time to listen and say like, oh, okay, sorry, we totally screwed up. You were right. Teach us. About time we did something like that. But in the meantime, that grove has got good raking done, so to speak. It's got a lot of the duff on the ground is not there. But mega fires are a product of us, our mistakes, for a variety of reasons. Suppressing all fires, not doing any backfires, not thinning forests, doing clear cuts, and then letting them get overgrown and then clear cuts instead of the common sense thing of just thinning out the forest. Just there's so many mistakes that can be remedied now, but if everything survives, that is. So we can, when we take responsibility, we have power. We have power to change it. It's the Yakut tribes, okay. They also protected the former Tule Lake. Yeah, I would love to know more about that. One of the very few things that will kill old growth is a mega fire. It's not beneficial in any way. It's a disaster. And not a natural disaster. It's an unnatural disaster. We are not living in a new normal. We're living in a new abnormal of partly of our own making. But the good news is we can just stop the blame game and say, okay, here are the problems. Let's fix them. Let's dust off traditional methods that work. Let's add new technology that works. Let's stop listening to extremists and just go to the tried and true methods. And that'll be a show for another day. And right now, we have no idea if some of the world's greatest heritage is going to survive 72 hours in the future. So there's nothing too good to say about this. The only thing that could be worse, because it could be red flag, there could be, I guess, more lightning strikes. There could be other fires, I guess. But for what is already existing, there's not much just good news, just period. This is quite a disaster in the making. So, yeah, that's what I just read out there. It's bad. I mean, Helen, you got to see this meeting. You got to see the meeting. It was sobering. I was thinking we could just watch 45. It's 45 minutes. Let's just watch a few things, and I could take a nap today. It jolted me right wide awake. But go ahead and at least watch the part where they talk about the catastrophe, and he just nods along. You know, usually when somebody in the back of the meeting, usually it's not a fire-educated person, says, isn't this going to be a catastrophe or disaster? And they use big words. Usually they're corrected, reassured. In this case, it was a firefighter lady getting up and saying, I understand that when the fire reaches the river, it'll basically be catastrophic. And they all just said, yeah. And so she had really good questions like, are there any dozer lines to protect the community? They're like, well, no, we're thinking about them. And she's like, just don't bother putting anybody in that death trap. Please don't. We want you alive. We can rebuild structures. And they just went, right, we'll do what we can, though. That was one of the smarter community meetings I've ever seen. Very fire-educated people were in attendance. It wasn't like worried townsfolk or anything. It was, they were sober and calm, and that's admirable. And we hope that there will just be a better turn of the weather. It's going to be a lot of luck and chance. Yeah. Exactly, Helen. You're totally right. There's a lot we could do. We maybe should irrigate the dang trees that we want to save. That just the severity of the drought means they're going to be vulnerable and start dying to the. By the way, we have massive stands of dead trees here because they're so dry that they can't resist the attack of the fungus. So a lot of them just may not survive without drip irrigation or there's something we come up with, at least during these mega drought years. And if they're just less dry, we could do a triage before the fires get here. Prioritize the ones that are healthiest, that have the best survivable chance, drip irrigate them, whatever we need to do, and do triage before the fire happens. So there are a lot of things we can do, but the immediate risk is, yes, we could have an active running crown fire in gigantic old growth trees, the likes of which I don't think anybody except if they're 90 years old may have seen. It's been a long time since we've seen extreme giants of an old growth forest just incinerate. I don't know if that's in living memory any longer. I know in the 1930s, the 33 Tillamook burn and such, there's kids alive who now have photos of their dads, fighting it. But it may not exist in living memory. Seeing trees this big have something like a crown fire. It existed in the past. So here's Tobias Peak 1. So we're first looking at the Windy, which is considerably south. This is the one in the Indian land, in the borders with Sequoia National Park. This one, if it gets into the burn scar of last year's, let's just do a 12-hour time lapse. If it gets in the burn scar of the SQF or whatever that one is, there will be nothing stopping that. It would be kind of, to picture it like this: the Windy fire to the right, which is where the wind blows, to the east, to the northeast, is a giant keg of, okay, let's put it this way. The Windy fire is a fire on a ship. I have a better analogy. It's a wooden sailing ship. The Windy fire is burning on the bow, and the ship is facing the wind. So on the bow, right in the front, the nose of the ship, there's a small fire. It's contained there for the moment, but it'll break out. So here's Tobias Peak right now. That camera was down and covered by smoke, but let's see what's going on in the center. So there's a small fire on the deck, and right next to it is a trail of gunpowder going across the deck. It goes down to below. If it follows the trail, which the wind is blowing it to, the moment it hits that racing trail of gunpowder, it will detonate the powder magazine. That is a powder magazine of fuel that's just primed, ready to burn, and going to be quite bad. Oh, hey, Cognito, how are you? Yeah, it's hard to go to sleep on this sort of thing. Hi, Sierra Bigfoot Hunter says, white bread sack lunches with Skittles get real old. Skittles never get old. Yep. So, yeah, it's 8:40. I've been awake since yesterday sometime. I don't remember when I woke up. But hey, at least if I go to bed early, I can. Oh, Bob, I'm sorry. I just missed the flag you hit me with. Yeah, there's a Windy Fire overlay you sent me in the mail. Sure, let me try to get that. So, Tobias Peak is looking a little calmer. Not calm, calmer. Still that deck of the ship thing. Now here is the two threatening the Sequoias right here. This Buck Rock is looking at the K and P, the ones that are directly within the next 72 hours, probably going to impact the giants. Sorry, let me get into email. I've had a little bit of a rough day. Hey, Cogito. So the bad news is it's just not looking good the next 72 hours for the giant sequoias. The General Sherman and all that are in immediate danger. Same thing for the communities of Three Rivers, the area by the Silver Ghost Town, and Cove. Sorry, I need more blood sugar, you guys. Cove, Oak Grove, excuse me. One second, let me sign in and do my thing. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that you had other emails for me today. Sorry, feverish guys, doing best here. I'm downloading it. Give me a moment. So let me make a new folder for the windy. I keep making new folders for new fires. Stop. Stop. 2021. Stop. Okay. Open file. Yeah, here's the Thule Indian Reservation. Okay. What are we looking at? Trail of 100 Giants. Yeah. Oh, Shan says, how do they decide when they are going to wrap houses or a cabin? I was shocked and happy to see such a thing. You know, that would be a very good question. The next meeting they have, I'll ask that. I mean, they have to have wrap for some of them. They wrapped the wooden fire lookout tower at Dyer Mountain, only to have the wind rip it right off into shreds. I don't know that's the most robust material, but that is a very good question. Do any of the firefighters in here know? Yeah. I know Robin Lebo, and this is one of my big problems with their evacuation strategy. The only thing I found fault with, the only thing, is that they said we're waiting for a trigger point to evacuate Three Rivers and Oak Grove. That's, I think, the old style thinking that needs to die. They need to change it. Now you need to, back then, fires moved around slow enough. So this is their trigger point, the milk lookout. Sorry, right here, wherever I'm drawing. Sorry, this has no, no, I'm sorry, the wrong fire. That's the wrong fire, I think. The idea is the milk lookout is a terrain trigger point. So I'm just going to randomly draw just so you guys know what I'm talking about. Then Bob, you can tell me what we're supposed to look at the map. So if a community is down here, they say, in the old style was kind of calculating the way fires slowly moved around during the 20th century. You know, like they have, here's its calculated rate of spread. In general, here's our models. Here's how fires always behaved before. This kind of dryness, this kind of weather. And they do a calculation, how fast would it take to get there. And they include other things, of course, such as will their dozer line hold, or would it be complete first? Just everything goes in the calculation. So they say if that doesn't hold, if it goes past, and if we can't hold it here at the contingency line either, then by the time it reaches here, time to evacuate that community, because it would take several hours for the fire to reach that community. That's kind of the old thinking, using terrain as your trigger point. They did that for Tahoe, and that is one of the reasons they went completely wrong with Tahoe. They're still underestimating the speed at which these fires move. They need to just look at the only relevant fires for California, what's been happening since 2014. Study those, get everything else out of your head. It doesn't take long. I mean, my stream of last year, and then just the things we learned from Paradise. These things aren't doing the normal fire behavior. It's not the normal fire weather. It's a mega drought. And it's the curse of 2020 is still upon us, apparently. And so these aren't going to progress naturally like that. When you have to think about long-range spotting potential, they do calculate that, and then evacuate based on the weather forecast. If this little community is downwind of any mega fire, especially if it only has one way in, one way out, that's extreme vulnerability. Also extreme vulnerability if it's at the base of something above it, towering above it, where embers can rain down. Okay, there's like many different strikes. Last nail in the coffin, what is the weather like for just saying, dude, pull everybody out? If there's a red flag, if there's high winds, even not even high. Remember, we lost Greenville with like 45 mile an hour wind gusts and only 25 mile an hour sustained winds sometimes. That thing spread 100,000 acres in 24 hours. That thing marched 19 miles as the crow flies. They watched helplessly as it erased towns. Have that in your head. That's possible under pretty mild, really mild-ish red flag type conditions compared to your Diablo winds, compared to your Santa Anas. Those are 77 mile an hour wind gusts with 101 mile an hour gusts. That's what the Diablo winds are. We saw incredible speed, rate of spread without them. So do you have red flag conditions? Do you have high wind gusts? Do you have high medium sustained winds or even medium wind gusts in this type of extreme fuel? What is the fuel load? What is topography? Is there anything to stop the fire that can be very relied upon? Expect in the wind for it to hopscotch. Expect that the way out may be on fire before the community has the ability to leave. Think like that. Think about the vulnerability and what these fires are capable of, and evacuate based on the weather prediction. It's the new way to do it. That's how we're giving people early warning. Just doing logical reasoning. Fires want to go where the wind blows. If you're downwind of a mega fire, you're not safe at any real distance, any rational distance. Distance is not a barrier. Distance does not equal safety in any means. The Dixie fire has spread to Old Station. That's 55 miles away. Distance means nothing. What stops a fire? Fires will continue to go the way they want to go, where the wind generally blows, where the fuel is. They will continue to do this unless something stops it. So you have to think what stops it. Impassable terrain, sheer granite cliffs, snow, heavy rain. Do we have any of the three? Nope. Extremely large body of water like a sea? No. Rock solid dozer lines, like pre-prepared, pre-fired, ready to go. Multiple contingency lines. Do we have that? Nope. I don't know if they would matter anyway, honestly. What else stops a mega fire? Freakish acts of God change in the weather and wind. Don't have that either. What else stops a fire? Nothing. Not a big mega fire. Nothing. So yeah, Robin Lavo, it will go up the canyon towards the Red Hill. Yeah. So the 2016 slate area probably is primed and ready for fuel. Do you know about that, Robin? The yellow on the left is the buildings on the reservation. Oh, that's just not. That's not good. So what else stops a fire? You can speed bump it until you can buy time. Speed bump it. Either like backfires. You can speed bump it and bump it long enough to kind of get it in an area, and after day by day by day, it'll burn itself out with the fuels. If you can get it in a little area, they did that with the Bobcat. You can trap it in a little canyon and then let it run back and forth. The way they fought the Bobcat, which was brilliant, was they didn't try to put a lot of water on it. And where are we going to get the water, by the way? It's a mega drought. I'm going to draw random pictures, but they did this with their lines in general, and they trapped the Bobcat fire. Each day it went that way. Every night it went that way. And then the wind changed one week and it went that way. And then it went that way. It just went back and forth. And fires can move all they want within a containment line. That's fine. That's just totally fine. Just totally fine. Just totally fine. And I reassured people at the Bobcat last year, and Cogito, you were there. People were freaking out. It's getting near the Griffith Observatory. It's okay. The way they trapped it in there is they had ready-made roads, like a road in a road, and then they carefully, in the middle of the night, would fire a strip, fire a strip, fire a strip, fire a strip up to the road. And they would man the station here and man it. Then they got some people down in here, and they fired up, 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 up in strips. And that just made so much scorched earth that by the time the red flag type days came and the fire raced and it goes, oh, I want to go up here, it just had nothing to burn. It meets scorched earth. So backfires, and not just the controlled time, the desperate time, the desperate type, would be the only thing that they do. And that at the meeting is what they explain. So, yeah, tic-tac-toe, divide it and conquer it. Once you get it contained, you just sit back and go, okay, buddy, burn out all of your fuel like you're at a campfire. I don't see a windy news conference. Do we have one? I was looking for it or a KPN. Do you have a link? It's one of those things where I was looking for community, like meeting on InstaWeb. Have we ever had one? Am I missing something? We tried to find the KPN community meeting. I thought they said at the end of it they'd try to have one of these, KNP every night, but we never saw a new video. We just got this general picture today, and I just read you the InstaWeb. I was hoping we'd get some announcement. It'd be on the reservation. Okay. Hey, Robin, do you have a link to, is there a reservation website for windy? Because we're quite concerned about the windy. It's the K and P that's immediately threatening the Sequoias. But what people are really failing to realize is, oh, that's sad, but those trees are already dead, right? Does it matter too much that they burn? Not too much, because they are dead. However, remember what we were talking about, 1,000-hour fuels and such. Just how long could an old growth tree burn? That's weeks. What do you get when living trees burn? Whoosh, fire goes past, it's gone. People sheltering face down in creeks survive, and underneath bridges survive, and underneath culverts survive, and sometimes, if they're lucky, and it goes by, whoosh. Ground cools off. Eventually, they come out of their hidey holes, the firefighters, and they attack the heels and flanks, which is putting out the little bonfires left behind. And the occasional snag is a problem. Not the end of the world. It's occasional, and those things are the dead trees that stand, and they are still shedding embers. Eventually they get weakened, and they'll randomly explode and fall down, sending grenades of fire all over the landscape. That's bad enough with one. That's why they hate a snag. Firefighters hate a snag. They are terrified of a bunch of them. Now, all of these trees. This is the SQF complex. This is the powder keg that the windy might just be looking for, trying to get to. If the windy is not cut off from the powder keg, it will find that and explode into impressive proportions. It won't be stoppable. And then we have the worst case scenario, the worst case scenario that I have to prepare us for. It may not happen. I hope to God it doesn't happen. People keep asking me just how bad can the fires get, how big they can get. We would have a repeat of what happened last year. Not for all three western states, but the moment Santa Ana's and Diablo winds happen, they happen at the same time. If these fires aren't out, whatever community they're above, they'll race for the valleys and try to obliterate major towns. Whatever is downwind of any of these. So on the Caldor, for example, you could have people getting all comfortable and thinking it's out. What if we had early October 13th? That was the day of the Santa Anas that killed my friend in the Cascade fire of 2017. They can come as early as that. I mean, last year they came, similar winds came in September 6th, Labor Day. So if anything is on fire here, all of a sudden you could see public pines having a roaring wall of fire just trying to arrive there in 3 hours. It's like two or 3 hours. Maybe it would arrive in just 4 hours. The crazy amount of distance that these can travel. with Santa Ana's, it's like 77 mile an hour wind gusts, 101. They're hurricane strength. I don't know where it is, Smitty. Where is it? Can you guys link me? Tell me where it is. I've been looking feebly, and I'm just a little bit discombobulated. God, Bob. Okay, Bob. I'm gonna give you a little bit of a tip. Like, is don't ever engage the trolls or challenge them. They will just like treat you as the chicken to go peck. Just consider it an honor. Like, you are one of the best mods here. You are super. It's a jealousy factor. The guys are picking on you. Just see how pathetic they are and never engage them. But this is just so sad. We see that again and again and again. These basically emotional 2-year-olds. They find a mod they don't like, and they create multiple accounts and come in here trying to trash talk me and the mods when they just I don't know. But the creative nicknames they're coming up with are just wow. So you know what I did? I should do a different button. Let's see here. Those aren't like hide user on this channel. Those are report for harassment. YouTube has a way of finding them and making them unable to create new accounts. It's not better than just like hide user, you know. Hey, Mark, welcome back. But the funny thing is, you are not popular unless somebody's taking shots at you. Like, you don't matter unless somebody's criticizing you. That is always a good thing to know. You represent something to somebody. They may despise it. Usually what happens with somebody with low emotional maturity is that they hate something about themselves, project it on you, and tear you apart because they wish they could change themselves, like be respected or be a contributor. And if they're not, and you represent what they fail to be, you'll just be savaged. Or they'll try to savage you, but the more you understand the psychology of that sort of thing, the more you can just shrug it off and pity somebody that decides to spend their evening trying to attack a public service stream. You know, it's they only embarrass themselves. That's it. Do you guys have a link? I do need to know because I'm a little bit confused. So yeah, and that's the weird thing, Bob, is I get attacked most often when I didn't do what people are saying I was doing. Remember the hate letter that was posted on Broadcastify or RadioReference.com? It was this guy who claimed to be a forester. I'm just waiting for the link, and I'm not sure where I go here. Then we'll watch the meeting. This guy who claimed to be a forester said that he came into the stream and saw me advocating for complete fire suppression till the end of time. What? I know one's constantly talking about how we should do whatever the Indians did, and that it was wrong to do that. I've been saying that for 2 years. He also then said that my presentation was more than 12 hours long, therefore he didn't have the time to listen to it all, and only got about 5 minutes of what I said. And I'm like, okay. And then he went and attacked and tore me apart over this stuff I don't say and don't do. I had to ban somebody who's just outrageously mentally ill in a comment section who didn't really come in here. But this person kept taunting me and saying that I was going to hell because I wanted to kill God. But it was just really that kind of level of mental illness that gets creepy. When you say something like, yeah, pray for the I just got done saying that prayers are welcome. We will need them. The divine intervention sounds great. Prayers are a good show of support, and that's totally allowed here. Just not the don't tell people to repent or they're sinners or crap like that. That's not good. And so all of a sudden I get these crazy strings of comments saying about how I'm an evil atheist that wants to kill God, and I don't allow prayer, and I don't know what to say. I have no idea what's going on with them. It was, remember Cognito? Are you still here? The crazy lady that accused me of being fake and a fraud, and I thought it was a joke. Gosh, Bugs remembers that. Cognito, if he's still here, would remember that. I played along and thought it was funny, and she went on a rant and said that I was a 61-year-old woman and had a fake identity and stole Kathryn's identity, and yeah, it was just like I just played along, but the next accusations were worse. First of all, she kept trying to get people to click on links and stuff. Like I investigated her, and I'm like, these aren't me. Whoever you're, this is insane. Like, what are you doing? There's a picture, there's a video of me in my channel. Like, you can see me, and I joked about it. And then she thought that my joke was a confirmation. I said, no, I was joking. She goes, no, you weren't. She's a liar. And then she said, I can't believe you didn't tell people about the fires when you knew. You knew I was in danger. You didn't tell me about the fire. You know I was in danger. And I said, are you okay? Like, where are you? Are you evacuated? Like, are you okay? We tried a long time to reach out to this woman in distress. And yeah, Cognito, that was her. Cognito was reaching out, trying to calm her. And it was, nothing we could do. I finally said, Cognito, we just gotta let that go. Hopefully, I just said, ma'am, I just hope that you've called this hotline for mental distress, because I just have to say that you're not acting normal, but we hope that you can be okay. But she ranted about how, and I don't even know what she meant. It was part of the conspiracy thing. I think the conspiracy theorists came in and said I was a lizard person. And yeah, that was weird, wasn't it? That was the Riverside fire. And we kept telling her, you should evacuate. You should, that's mandatory if you're in that area. And she said like she was evacuating, and we were like, okay, patting ourselves on the back. That's good. We convinced somebody to evacuate, only for her to lose her mind. What happened with Gail? What did happen? Is there something else that I missed? Guys, where's the link? do we have a and by the way, Bob, everybody did this to Havoc too. It might be the same person. And just, it's weird. So yeah, Jan, if you give me links or anything, you can always email me. I'll ask during these meetings. When they do it live, they answered all my questions today about Paisley. It was really good. They had a meeting outside in the playground at Paisley by the schoolyard, and the kids are laughing in the background, and they just didn't even tell them to shut up. They were just like, oh, well, there's kids over there. They had the maps pinned to the wall. And so I said, everybody roots for Paisley, the little town that can, you know. And how did you guys save it from the Bratton fire? And they explained, somebody who was there said it was through desperate backfiring. I mean, the Bratton fire burn scar is going to be slightly a boon because they have fresh dozer lines. And, well, they have some areas where there's no vegetation still. However, it's still got lots of dead and heavy downs, so the risk to Paisley isn't over. They made good progress in the more favorable weather. And I typed in the questions about the burn scar, and then they answered about Paisley. So it's pretty good. A lot of times, what I ask about gets answered. So, oh, Jan, I think you're talking about Taylorsville. I think if you're talking about thousands of miles of hose, that fits the bill for Genesee and Taylorsville. On the Dixie, John Stoker says I have a sequoia by my door. That's a treat. Oh, I was going to show you my pictures of sequoias, but did I miss the link that you guys were going to provide? Um, do we have a windy update? Did we find a reservation? Did we find a reservation Facebook page or social media? I'm deliriously tired. Just gonna see it. The reservation has a Facebook page. Oh, the Porterville powwow. That sounds cool. I love going to these. They're the coolest thing ever. Okay. Oh, here's a video of that's ominous. The I hope this person doesn't mind just us clicking on it. If it's shared publicly, I don't think it matters. That was yesterday at almost 6 p.m. You can see the difference in the fuel loads. On the west, it's all chaparral and that racy stuff. But it quickly climbs into the hills. So, okay, I'm trying to catch up on everything. Go back to the National Forest page. It's there. Kim Weaver says, oh, magnesium dust, and oh, that experimental. Oh, big hugs, John. I hope I help you. Kim Weaver, oh yeah, putting out fires with explosives works in a contained area pretty well, like the oil well fires. But in the open air, I don't know that they've ever made anything like that possible, except with extremely toxic chemicals, like the ones at gas stations. So people, we had a good conspiracy theory discussion until I gave up on the whole practice. I think Cogito was there when I first went about this just answering calmly anybody's question. Nobody's stupid. All questions are welcome. What do you think about fires? I'll help educate you. There's firefighters in chat. And I went about that a little bit on the naive side, thinking that most people would be swayed by logic and facts, and well, most people are. But the space laser thing, I really put people's fears to rest by showing what LiDAR mapping is. And even though a plane may fly over a fire, it's mapping it. It's not setting landscape on fire. It's like a laser pointer. We had good discussions, and then something that happened was they came up with pictures and said, why don't you look at this and tell me that that's real fire behavior, that is natural. So I said, sure, I'll look at any picture of paradise or whatever. There is a natural explanation for everything. All it really takes is people to know a little bit more about fire behavior. I made it clear you can believe whatever you want. And that's not my business. However, I take up the challenge. I'm not going to say that anything weird and conspiracy happened when there is a natural explanation. So just challenge me. I'll be happy to teach you about fire. And believe what you want. I don't care. But knowing about fire will save your life. If you think it's space lasers and nothing can be done, you're going to die in a fire. You don't evacuate when you're told, and if you don't know how it works. Because you're not going to think you can escape, and that's going to give you a sense of despondency. It's bad. So if you think that there's something to be done, you'll take action. You can read the landscape and know what's happening instead of guess what's happening. That's all I am to do. And so we had these good discussions, and one of which was the gas station. He says, explain this. And it was Paradise gas stations, where the store, for the most part, had burned to the ground. I went there and saw that. And the pumps are untouched. They were absolutely untouched. Let's look at our heat signatures. Red. It's 9 o'clock at night, and we've got triple reds. Okay. So did I actually miss something? Please, somebody just throw me a bone and give me a link. So, yeah, maybe, Kim. Maybe. So, National Forest page. Frank says, back to the National Forest page. The Sequoia Kings National Park, or... Oh, Sequoia National Forest is different than a national park, isn't it? Well, I never had that open, so going back to it was a command that confused me. Sequoia. Okay. Windy update. Resources will be going direct on the fire where possible, and will be using roads, ridges, and other natural man-made features. When direct attack is not possible due to limited resources. Which means well, we'd like to have a dozer line. We'd like to have a road that works better. However, there's no time to make one, so we'll do what we can. We'll look at the rocky outcroppings and use that as a shelter, and try to work with what we got. Meaning, scrounging. It's now 1,297 acres. Updated 38 minutes ago. Is that it, though? Do we have a video? 7 hours ago is at 974 acres. We have blazing red heat detections. I'm afraid to refresh this. This is out of focus. This is looking north to south at the K and P. It is on the national park page, but I don't see a video. But yeah, big hugs, John. That's what keeps me going. Have I helped anybody? And Kim Weaver, the funny thing about meth is it probably doesn't cause mental illness. It's staying awake for weeks. And it doesn't, anybody with sleep deprivation goes Looney Tunes. The meth doesn't allow people to sleep. So, Frank, I just don't see a community update today for the Windy or the KNP. I don't see a video to spare my voice. That was the idea. Wow, the Bear Mountain Fresno cam. Now don't freak out. These are lights and homes in the foreground. Cars. But look in the background. Looking east-southeast. Check out the pic of the guy in the podium. But isn't that what we saw from yesterday? Or am I completely confused? Hang on a second. I got a phone call. I'll click on it. Hang on. Okay, sorry about that. I was just reminded that I forgot somebody's special occasion, so I need to quickly call and wish somebody a special occasion. So which cam should we throw on here? I don't think we have any operational comms to like put radio on. I don't know that we have any videos to watch. Maybe Caldor's 5 p.m. or something. I'd rather not. Whoa, who is that? I'd rather not put a bunch of silence on here, but I need to get out some food. That's for sure. So what do we want to watch that's a video so I can take a little break and make a phone call? Yeah, exactly, Frank. That's the video we saw. It was old this morning when that is one of the most scary videos. Just sobering, not good. Yeah, Frank, that's what I was trying to link to you, so that you should watch it. It's sad. James says, "How can I tell if highway?" Hey, by the way, welcome back, James Kramer. How can I tell if Highway 50 is open or closed? You go to Cal Fire. It's not Cal Fire. Caltrans Quick Maps. Just type that into Google, and you'll go to it. It's one of the best tools. Like this, you just go to this blue area that says Quick Map. All you gotta do is select everything. Everything. It's going to populate the map with about everything you ever wanted to know, except for chain control and snowplows. With the Waze alerts, just do everything. Once you've done everything, now just zoom into California where you want to go. To El Dorado County. The link is in the description of this video, by the way. You click on the cones, which are about closures and construction and stuff. Mind you, there are giant boulders that keep rolling onto 50 and shattered, decaying, half-burned trees that keep rolling around onto 50 as well. I don't know that that's going to be open for some time. Eastbound 50 full closure from Kivers to drive to Myers due to emergency work. I'm sure it says westbound closure. Excuse me, westbound full closure. Why don't they just say that the road is closed? Excuse me. Due to emergency work. So you can't get on 50. From 50 to almost Public Pines. Or all the way to Public Pines, you can't use it. Hey Gail, is everything okay? We're happy to have you here, and somebody said, what happened to you? Were you okay? I'm not sure what happens in chat sometimes. So, I scroll up after a time to try to figure out what's going on. If we might as well watch a video. Let's just put on let's put on the Caldor and get some sort of a video going. Oh, this is a Hopkins fire update video. That's probably going to be quite sad. Let's try it. It's 5 minutes.
Good morning. I'm Mendocino County Sheriff Matt Kendall. With me, I have CAL FIRE Unit Chief George Gonzalez for the Mendocino Ranger Unit, as well as our patrol commander, Captain Greg Van Patten. We wanted to give you an update about the Hopkins fire. Mr. Gonzalez will go into basically how this began and where we're at now, and then we've got some information for what will be occurring to you today.
Good morning, Mendocino. My name is George Gonzalez, Unit Chief for the CAL FIRE Mendocino Unit. This fire started yesterday at approximately 2:15 in the afternoon. It started out as a small, less than 1 acre fire, and it rapidly grew to where it is today at over 275 acres. Currently, the fire is 10% contained. However, there are many parts of the interior fire that we're going to be working on for the next several days. We have emergency personnel and equipment and helicopters assigned. This area is not safe for people to come back into quite yet. We, over the many years, have experienced large and damaging fires, and all it takes is one ember to ignite a new fire. Today, We are still very vigilant, and we're working as hard as we can. All emergency responders are. However, we are not out of the woods quite yet.
Captain Greg Van Patten started off with the alert, warning, and basically evacuations yesterday. Captain, can I ask you to go into that for just a moment?
Yes, thank you, Sheriff. Very soon after the call of the fire went out yesterday, we began responding our patrol assets here in the Ukiah Valley area immediately. And as Chief Gonzalez described it, this fire event was a rapidly evolving fire, and we noticed that the significant risk to public safety required us to ask for additional resources from our deputy staff in the Willits area, from Fort Bragg. Allied agencies reached out to us, the Mendocino County Probation Department, Ukiah Police Department, California Highway Patrol, to name a few. And we knew the immediate need was to notify the public of the risk of the fire. Human life was our number one priority. So with that, we did alert and warning as far as NIXLs, as far as social media, and also as far as WIA, which is wireless emergency activation. And that went out to cell phones in the area. It did bleed over beyond the area that was of immediate at risk. And we continue to support our CAL FIRE and other additional fire responding partners. And our focus was not only to do that alert and warning, but to go door to door. In some cases, actually entering houses to make sure that people weren't in, because those homes very soon after were destroyed by the fire. It is a very important mission in what the Sheriff's Office does to support an operation like this. We are maintaining not only the public safety, life-saving aspect of it, but also the safety to property in itself. We have 5 established road closures at this point, and that is to the benefit of the fire personnel that are working in these areas and to keep individuals from entering into the fire areas and committing any kind of larceny or any kind of burglaries or anything. The public should remain confident that the Sheriff's Office, along with our allied agencies, our allied law enforcement agencies, will continue this as we are anticipating, and it looks like we'll be maintaining these road closures throughout the day and the night, and also to protect everybody's property.
So some of the concerns that we have right now, we have power lines down. We have phone lines down. We've got a lot of fire apparatus and people working in the area. We have hoses that are laid out across the roads. We've got basically an army of firemen who are using these roads to travel as they do their jobs, on foot and in vehicles. We have concerns regarding toxic smoke. The fire is still burning. We also have concerns that we all know that 1:30 to 2 o'clock weather event that comes through Ukiah this time of year, we don't want any fire on the ground to be picked up and moved and start a new fire. The other issue is we have to constantly work in concert to keep the responders safe while they're doing their jobs. One of the reasons why we have these closures, we don't need people trying to dodge cars while they're trying to put out fires. We've got to get ahead of this today. Anyway, we have a phone number for you. The CAL FIRE's PIO, the information number is 707-972-3838. That's 707-972-3838. Thank you. We're going to do everything that we can to get this mopped up, cleaned up, and ready to go as fast as we possibly can. We appreciate your patience.
Okay, I got caught in the kitchen again. I'll go start another video. The foods. I need the foods. I'm sure I'll perform a little bit better with some blood sugar. So, let me do the buttons. I'll start the Caldor, and then make my phone call. Yeah, I'll be right back with you. That is so dang sad. I think it was a structure loss of more than 50 homes. We were watching it live, and whenever somebody says early warning to the public, I'm going, yeah. This is one that I caught. This is one where the people came in chat and the mods and such alerted me and said, look, new fire start. And we were putting out evacuation warnings within minutes of the NIXL alerts and such going out. So you guys make this all possible. I appreciate all of you that helped me track this. This is not a one-person job, you know. This is, oh yeah, Daniel Kern's perhaps. But I want to hear Daniel Kern's. I don't think I have anything new to learn about the Caldor. I mean, the people affected by it, Caldor, want to know about it, of course, but I don't think it will be news to me, other than you guys could summarize it. So I'm just thinking it'll probably be a little bit longer to get me a little bit more time to eat too. So, it's Cal Fire Amador Dorado. I hope things are going well. That's my assumption. I just don't see it spreading a lot. So here's the West Zone update. I'm sure it's not 44 minutes. Hey, look, they take after me. They got scrolly text too. How cute is that? I'm kidding. See, they have QR codes. I don't have that yet. I need to get it. Definitely. I'm now jealous. Sorry, here we go. Okay, so inform me. I gotta do the phone call. Inform me what goes on.
Good afternoon. I'm Carrie Green, Public Information Officer with NEMO Team 2, working in cooperation with CAL FIRE Team 2 and California Interagency Incident Management Team 4. I'd like to welcome you to our September 13th, 2021 community meeting. If you see a QR code on your screen, you can point your camera at that and it will bring you to a website with all of the links for official fire information for the Caldor fire. We're also posting on social media on both the El Dorado Amador CAL FIRE Unit Facebook page, as well as El Dorado National Forest and Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. You can also find us on Twitter as well as Instagram. Our media line is staffed 24 hours. That phone number is 530-806-3212. Our info line is staffed from 8 to 8 daily, and that phone number, 530-303-2455. Today, the fire is 219,267 acres, 67% contained, with 3,771 personnel. It is the 15th largest fire in California history. Once we go through our presentation tonight, we will have a question and answer period. There are PIOs standing by to take your questions on social media and on Zoom. You can help us distribute those questions a little easier if you label whether they're for the East Zone or the West Zone, particularly on Zoom. If you let us know if they're for the East side or the West side, we'll make sure they get to the right spokesperson to address. For the West Zone, we are going to hear from Operations Section Chief Bill Monday, Law Enforcement Kevin Pack. We will then hear from Steve DeBenedette, our suppression repair specialist, and finally, our incident commander, Charlie Blankenheim, before we pass it to the east side. Y después un sumario en español. Bill.
Thank you, Carrie. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Bill Monday with National Incident Management Organization Team 2 and representing CAL FIRE Team 2. So I'll give you an update again this afternoon on what we've been doing today and where we're headed into this afternoon and tomorrow's operational shift. So we'll start up here north of Kirkwood in this area up here. As I've mentioned in the past, this was a fire that happened in here a year or so ago. So it's void of a lot of vegetation, but it still has a lot of trees and stuff and some of the crags out here in these granite features that are continuing to burn. Currently, we have about 4 hotshot crews just trying to work this southern edge and a couple crews working in conjunction with our friends on the east zone coming around the north end here. The area all the way down here, we haven't seen any fire growth in the last several days, but just this stuff around Margaret Lake and that area is continuing to burn. So we've got a lot of folks. We're running a bunch of helicopters in there just trying to really do hot spots in between those rocks to prevent that from burning any further out to the north and northeast here. Coming around to Kirkwood, this is all looking real good. Coming through the Sentinels up on top, all that fire line is secure. We're getting all of our hose and pumps out of there as we speak. And then we're still focused pretty heavily on the stuff adjacent to Silver Lake. This area just continues to be a little troublesome for us. We've got multiple crews, helicopters running around dropping water. It's just the fuel type down there, as I've mentioned in the past, is just real heavily loaded, kind of that fir tree, spruce mix that just is real troublesome to make sure that we can get in there and turn it over and secure it and suppress all the fire 100%. So that's why this is taking a little bit longer than we really anticipated, but things are progressing in there. Coming around the rest of the fire all the way down around in the Highway 50 corridor, again, things are looking good. The amount of service calls are going down, so we appreciate that. If you do see stuff that just doesn't look right and it's close to your home, please feel free to give us a call. That's why we're continuing to keep a heavy presence out there to make sure that if something doesn't look right, we can jump on it really fast and take care of it. We were able to get the highway all the way opened up past to Silver Fork in this area up here, so that's looking good. And then up here in the wilderness area, we got one little piece that we're continuing to patrol and monitor before we color this black. And then we still have the stuff that comes down around over into the east zone where we have folks out there basically lined up in a big line in a gridding pattern, working through there to make sure we're not missing anything. We've got infrared flights flying over the top of us, making sure that all of those heat signatures that are out there are identified, and then we'll be able to pinpoint that and walk people right into some of these areas. So that's what's going up on top. So with that, have a great afternoon, and I'll turn it over to our law enforcement friends.
Thank you, sir. Good evening. Kevin Pack, CHP Law Liaison for Team 2. So today, when it comes to evacuations, repopulations, the main product that was done today was a repopulation of the second half of Grizzly Flats. That is done through the Sheriff's Department, and it is done by permit. So anybody that needs to get in there needs to contact them to do that. While nothing else happened today, we do anticipate changes upcoming in the Happy Valley as well as Crystal Basin zones A and B. So continue to monitor the media outlets from the associated agencies to reach the point when you can go back into there. That said, in discussing the repopulation of the Crystal Basin area when that happens, I must advise everybody that the forest still remains closed. So anybody owning private holdings within the forest, you'll need to coordinate through the forest to get access to those places, and that's important. Outside of that, that's all I have. So I'll pass it off to Suppression Repair Specialist Steve DeBenedict.
Good afternoon. My name is Steve DeBenedict, amateur El Dorado area forester. I'm also assigned to this incident as the Caldor fire suppression repair for the state DPA. So there's a couple of things we've been getting some inquiries from the public about, is what suppression repair is all about and what may happen after the whole incident starts to downsize. So for suppression repair, we go out and we repair damage that happened during by our suppression resources. So bulldozer lines that are through your property, or trees that were knocked down by our equipment, or brush or slash piles that are on your property. So we have very specific standards to that, and we have people working on it right now. In regards to trees in slash, we treat, we're going to follow standard practices as far as having 100-foot clearance around your house, either chipping or removing that, and then treat slash along public roads to 18 inches. Now, as we move past this immediate suppression repair work, a lot of you guys are going to have some questions about, well, what do we do with our trees that were damaged by the fire itself, and not necessarily the resources that were out there. And so we have different mechanisms to help you with that. They're harvest documents. You can bring private loggers into your property, harvest those trees, and send them to the mills and try to recover some of the cost. So you clean up your property, reduce the fire hazard, and also cover some of those costs, hopefully, through that process. And it's a streamlined process for these specific situations. So my name is Steve DeBenedict, amateur El Dorado area forester. I'm local, so I'm here with you and for you now, and I will be here with you as we go forward in this for several months and longer. And my phone number is area code 530-708-2792, and I look forward to working with you. And next up is our incident commander, Charlie Blankenheim.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief tonight. So you're hearing a lot more talk about what happens after the fire now. That's extremely important to us. I know it's extremely important to a lot of people out there. So I understand that a lot of your property has been damaged. You've been out of your homes for a long time. The community has suffered devastation. So with that, the Amarillo Dorado unit and the ENF, the El Dorado National Forest, want to make sure that everybody understands that they're going to be here long-term with you. So guys like Steve and his crew, they're going to be here for weeks and weeks doing the work now, but then through the winter and into the next spring, as there's issues pop up, the unit and the forest will be here to at least assist with some of the timber harvest documents and some of the other things that you can do to get your property back to normal. So with that, I would like you to be patient and understand that we are here. We're doing a ton of work, and we're going to continue to be here for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'd like to pass it over to the East Zone. Sean?
Okay, thanks, Kerry. Yeah, as always, welcome over to the East Zone, and thank you everybody for tuning in. First up tonight, I'd like to introduce to you from California Interagency Incident Management Team 4, our Operations Section Chief, Kyle Jacobson.
Good evening. We'll start in Christmas Valley. We still have resources patrolling in Christmas Valley, just making sure that nothing happens in this area. So they will still be cruising around, and you'll see engines in that area. As we move up towards Echo Lakes, they're continuing to mop up and patrol. You can see we were able to increase some containment all the way out to just west of Upper Echo Lakes. And we still have resources here on this piece just west. They're continuing to patrol and mop up this area. We have been able to insert wildfire modules further to the west. So those are specialized modules that actually cater to working in these wilderness areas, working in remote areas. So they will be camping in the wilderness for approximately the next week. We'll bring them in for a little while, and then we'll put them out there for another week. And they'll be continuing to work their way west, cutting off timber stringers and tying them into the rocks. As we move into the Myers area, everything continues to hold all the way along Power Line up through High Meadows. In Trimmer Peak, we did have resources that flew in here again today, and they were being supported with helicopters trying to mop up and secure this last piece of uncontained line that we have here at Trimmer Peak. As we come down Mike all the way through to Highway 89, no issues, no concerns. We're actually beginning to backhaul hose in the areas that we've completed all the mop up in, and we're continuing to patrol for other areas of heat. As we move down into the Scout Peak area, resources have been mopping up everything. We do have a hose lay in place, so they're just securing that line and gaining increased depth all the way down into Sales Canyon. We still have hotshot crews that are working on the spot fire. They're making good progress. It's slow going, it's steep, it's rocky, it's snaggy, but they are making good progress in another couple days, and we think we'll have the spot fire taken care of. As we come around towards DP 68, the Strawberry Creek area, resources were able to get direct hand line all the way up to Shortcake Spur. So this bottom southern piece was all tied in all the way back into the existing dozer line there on the west zone. So we're coordinating closely with all the activities that are going on down in there. Resources will continue direct line construction to the north, tying into the folks that are pushing down from the south. As we move into the Caples Lake area, nothing's moving in there. Everything is staying within its current footprint. We still have resources in the area. They're doing everything they can to get a lot of depth. They have 300 plus feet, and they're really securing everything in there, kind of in the Caltrans maintenance yard area today. And that's kind of the suppression piece, but I would like to go into a little bit of the repair piece because we have started on repair. Right now, we're focusing on areas that would have impacts to private property and the watershed itself and water quality and making sure that we keep Lake Tahoe as clean as possible. So they are doing suppression repair here in Christmas Valley, North Upper Truckee, near Old Dump, and in High Meadows. So we are allocating additional resources to try and take care of that repair. We aren't turning our heads from the suppression. There is still a lot of firefight left. The increase in weather can increase fire activity, but we're doing everything we can to kind of get all this repair started and help protect Lake Tahoe. Have a good night.
Great. Thanks very much for that, Kyle. As always, my name is Sean Collins, and I'm the Public Information Officer for California Interagency Incident Management Team 4. Next up, one of our wonderful speakers. Welcome him back again from El Dorado County Sheriff's Office, Sergeant Simon Brown.
Great, thank you. Hi, I'm Simon Brown, Sergeant with El Dorado County Sheriff. I want to take this moment to acknowledge a hero. Today, Officer Harbinder Graywall from Galt PD was laid to rest. Officer Graywall was responding to the Caldor incident and died on August 26th. So he was a hero that gave his life for our county, for our community, and for this incident. So I want to take this moment, if we could all just have a moment of silence in his honor. Thank you. Thank you. We all support him and his legacy by continuing to serve and continue to do the work we're doing. We did have some repopulation news to go over today. The area of Fallen Leaf Lake, that's going to be the second half of the lake where all the residents are, was repopulated. So it's going to be a warning now. It's a complicated area because half of the residents are Forest Service permit. So you can't go back to those unless you get an exemption permit from the Forest Service. The other half are private residents, and those are free to return. So that was our big change today. And if you're not sure if you hold a permit or not, please check with the Forest Service, and they're happy to help you out with that. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Simon, and sorry for that sad news. Next up, I would like to introduce to you from Southwest Gas, Supervisor from District Operations, Jimmy Smith.
Well, hello again, everybody. As we're getting underway on there with the relights, we're doing pretty good. So far in the Christmas Valley, we've relit over 350 homes. We still got a couple hundred more to go. So my crews are in the neighborhoods, and as you're coming home, you'll see them. They're all over the place. You may even be followed home, but if you're not, you can come over to our customer care team that's located at the Holiday Market at 2977 Highway 50. Everyone knows where the Holiday Market is, but that's the address in case you need it. We're there. If you come in and introduce yourself, we'll get a service tech coming to your house, and we'll go ahead and get your house relit. Now, if you're in an area other than Christmas Valley, we're not in your neighborhood, so we don't know that you turned your gas off. If you did turn your gas off as a precaution before leaving, please call our business office. The number is 877-860-6020. Again, that number is 877-860-6020. We'll do the same thing for you. We'll send a technician out there. We'll get your gas safely turned on. We'll check your appliances, make sure they're operating. Again, in the outer areas other than Christmas Valley, we've already done about 150 total since we started having people come back home. Now, if at any time, if you folks are at home or if you're out in the woods or wherever you're at, if you smell gas or if you suspect a gas leak, please get away from that area, get out of the house you're in, go to a safe area and call 911 or call Southwest Gas at that number I gave you earlier. Your safety is always our top priority, and that's why we're out there relighting these houses. And I know there's some folks out there that are thinking, you know, I know how to turn my own gas on, but please just give us a call. Let us take care of this for you, and we'll get you back on safely. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jimmy. Yeah, good safety message there for everybody to remember. Last up for our speakers tonight, I want to welcome from California Interagency Incident Management Team 4, our Incident Commander, Rocky Opliger.
Yeah, good evening. Again, I would like to thank each and every one of you for continuing to log into our virtual community meetings to get the latest information. As you've heard from all of our presenters, both on the West Zone and the East Zone, amazing efforts have been made to where we are with the progress of now we're seeing mitigation in some of the roads that are being open and also reduction in our evacuation orders. And that allows many more residents to return, but it's also seeing that we're starting to get tourism to come back in this amazing area of both the Tahoe Basin and, of course, Lake Tahoe. But tonight, I really want to thank all the citizens that have been affected for the amazing support that we have all received. Number one, we see the incredible messaging that we're getting. We're seeing the signs, but most important, we're seeing a lot of the strategic places and roads where numbers of people are out thanking our firefighters, our law enforcement emergency responders, both when they're coming in off assignments and going out. And that is an amazing show of support for the effort. And believe me, it goes a long way for each one of our folks that go out every day as we manage this fire 24 hours. So on behalf of California Interagency Incident Management Team 4, Unified Command with CAL FIRE Team 2 and NEMO Team 2, we really want to thank you again for all the amazing support through the efforts that have taken place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rocky. And that now concludes tonight's presentations from both the East and the West Zones. Your questions, we're going to go straight over to the West Zone. Just remember to put that little East Zone comment in the question box so that we can be sure to answer it over here on the East Zone. So thanks very much. Over to you, Kerry.
Thanks, Sean. All right, now we'll be bringing Incident Beal Monday back up.
All right. right, just really got one question, and it kind of relates to both zones. And so, are there any current fires in the Desolation Wilderness? And the other day we reported that we did have a couple lightning fires from this last storm system way up high by Aloha Lake. We had one fire that was about a ½ acre and one fire that was about a ¼ acre. We were able to fly some crews in via helicopter and put them on the ground, and those fires have been taken care of. So currently everything in the wilderness is secure, and with the exception of our fire line, we're continuing to work up through here in both the east and west zone. So those are the only operational questions I had for the west zone, and thank you all for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it.
Okay, a couple questions for me.
I appreciate it. We're continuing to work up through here in both the east and west zone. So those are the only operational questions I had for the west zone, and thank you all for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it.
Oh, that's cute. Sorry, I missed that. I had everyone.
Okay, a couple questions for me. We'll start with please address the Highway 50 and 88 reopening. So as you heard Op say when he gave the overview, this area along the 88 continues to give us a little bit of problem down here. We're working very hard to get that clear so that we can reestablish traffic. On the 88, just bear in mind that we have a number of issues that are out there that we're trying to mitigate. Secondly, as far as the 50 goes, we are also working very diligently to try and get the 50 open. There will be a meeting held tomorrow with Caltrans, the adjoining CHP areas, as well as the main stakeholders in the repair of Highway 50 in an effort to formulate our plans moving forward. This is going to extend, some of the infrastructure will extend long beyond what the fire is, so we will address that tomorrow and hopefully have some more information for that. Second question is sort of related. Is there an estimate of when the Highway 88 will reopen in the east-south side, and when will those mandatory EVACs be lifted? I assure you we will get all those things lifted, and we will reopen the roadway just as soon as we safely can. Your safety, as well as the safety of all of our emergency responders, are the primary thing that we're trying to ensure. So before we put you out there, we want to just make sure that it's absolutely safe for you to do so. And last, when can we go home to Strawberry? Do you anticipate Highway 50 opening at the same time or after? And can locals get a pass to get to Tahoe for school? Strawberry's a wonderful little community. We're trying very hard to get you into there as soon as we can, same as everything else. And as far as the passes for Tahoe for school, we are not issuing passes for people to drive through the corridors to get to school. While I totally understand that that is just one more element of society that is affected by these fires, and like everyone else, we understand how big of an issue and an imposition it is. So we are working very hard to get those open so that you can get to school and get everybody else home just as soon as we possibly can. Thanks.
Sergeant Palmberg, PIO for the Sheriff's Office. Kind of several calls and questions have been coming in throughout the day regarding Grizzly Flats. Specifically, today we repopulated the second half of Grizzly Flats. In addition to that, we're going to have personnel out at Bucks Bar, Four Corners, Bucks Bar, Mount Ockham Road, Grizzly Flat Road. We're going to have people out there all week. Our initial post said they were going to be out there through Friday from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We modified that, and it's now going to be through Sunday. So there will be resources for people to go out on an as-needed basis to go out and get permits to access their properties. A lot of people we found are out of town, out of the state, aren't able to get here yesterday or today. So we've extended those hours through Sunday. There's also been questions regarding what people can do after Sunday if they're not going to be able to get here that quickly in that time frame. We will also, if we don't have any, if that doesn't get extended at Bucks Bar at Four Corners, those permits will be accessible at the Sheriff's Office. So 200 Industrial Drive, the EDSO main office in Placerville, we can go there to get a permit. You can go there to get a permit if we're no longer out at Four Corners. We are anticipating at this point that will not be necessary. We are hoping that the initial hazardous debris mitigation will be completed by Sunday. But if it is not, we will have additional messaging through social media if we are going to basically man those hours for permit access beyond that point. One other question regarding water. We've had several questions about Grizzly Flat water. We have communicated that PG&E is working on power in the Grizzly Flat area, as well as the Grizzly Flat CSD is trying to repair their water services. We've had a multitude of inquiries about water and how we get water out there. So at this time, we're recommending you contact the Grizzly Flat CSD regarding any water needs out there. I do know that they've been in discussions of working out some sort of a plan, possibly to get some temporary water out there. Thank you very much.
Hi, once again, I'm Steve DeBenedette, Amador El Dorado area forester. So I received a question, how many hazard trees have been cut and will they be hauled away and not left on public or private property? So, that's a good question. To be clear, the only trees that have been cut to this point are trees that happened during the initial suppression action, and then trees that we continue to assess to find out that they are a hazard to both public infrastructure or the public safety. So to quantify that right now is a tough task, but those are our primary focuses right now on what's being cut. The treatment of those are twofold. So when we go through during suppression repair, our main objective at this point is to reduce future environmental hazards, specifically a fire hazard. So we will be limbing those trees, bringing that slash down to the ground level so they can decompose faster. At that point, we do have a few options. We could, if we have an opportunity to speak with the landowner, there may be some merchantable value in those logs or those trees that are being left that the landowner desires to be retained so that they could haul that off to a mill for future commercialization. At that point, we'll be sure to saw those logs or buck them up into the appropriate sawmill merchantable lengths. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we'll kind of guide them through the process on how to do a commercial logging operation on their property. Some logs will be left on public or private property because the landowner does not wish to pursue commercialization, or the merchantable valuables, or the value is just not there in the log that's on the ground. So those logs do provide a value. They provide soil stabilization. They also are future wildlife habitat, and other, some of them could be scenic too. So each case is handled a little bit differently, but that's the way we go through the suppression repair. Now, going into the future again, there will be additional trees as private landowners and the federal government decide to clear those trees that have essentially died, but there's still some value in that timber, and then there'll be some commercial logging operations to address those trees. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a question that we've been getting a lot, and how are the injured firefighters? So due to HIPAA laws, there's not a lot we can discuss here, other than we still do have a firefighter in the burn unit. Our thoughts and prayers are with him every day, and we appreciate the thoughts and sentiment we get from the public continuously, but there is still a firefighter in the burn unit. Most of the other firefighters that have been injured have been relatively minor, some broken fingers, some ankles, and most of them are out of the hospital now. And the other question we got is, how do citizens volunteer to help? Well, there are some long-term opportunities. You can contact your local fire department. Most of the departments in this area do take volunteer firefighters. So if that's something that interests you over the long term, contact your local department. In the short term, my suggestion is be a good neighbor. Your community needs a lot of work. There's a lot of healing that needs to take place. Whatever skills you have, offer those up. Be a good neighbor. Help your neighbor. Be good to each other, and support your community is the best advice I have for that. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sean, it's over to you in the East Zone.
All right, great. Thanks, Kerry. So we have first up, in fact, only one question came through. Most of you guys have been answering those on the West Zone, so thank you for that. We have Southwest, Jimmy Smith.
So the question I got was, when will gas service be restored in Christmas Valley? And there was a door tag at their house saying, do not call. Yes, we are in Christmas Valley right now restoring gas service, so we're ready for you. There's three options. We must have missed you on your way in. So you can either head over to our customer care folks who are over at the holiday market and let them know you're there, and we'll get a tech right to you. If you're passing one of our techs as you're going in to do that, you can grab one of them. They'll be happy to help. Or you can call our business office at 877-860-6020. Now that do not call tag is just because we have 565 folks there that we're currently trying to work to turn on. We've already turned on 350, and those were just because we were in the neighborhood. So that's usually how we try these outages, but you can always call our office. So if you just want to call in, feel free, and we'll get somebody out to you.
All right, great. Thanks, Jimmy. So that now concludes our Q&A sessions, and this will be my last presentation to you all because I have to go back to my home unit, and just like to say thank you. Thank you for all the support that we've seen out there on our travels as we come in and out of our base camp. So thank you very much, and over to you, Kerry.
Thank you, Sean. This concludes the English language portion of our community meeting, and now I'd like to invite Marco Rodriguez for our Spanish translation.
Buenas tardes a todos. Marco Rodríguez, vocero con el incidente Caldor, con un breve informativo de la situación que está pasando con el incendio. El incendio ha crecido muy poco. Tenemos 219,267 hectáreas quemadas. Tenemos 67% del incendio controlado y tenemos a 3,777 personas trabajando y luchando con este incendio. El incendio está mejorando cada día. Seguimos trabajando muy fuerte en las mismas áreas donde se ha complicado un poco, puesto que tenemos el área y el terreno un poco difícil. Lo que es el área de Wrights Lake y lo que es el área de Kirkwood, seguimos trabajando. Tenemos a mucha gente ahí tratando de terminar y acabar con el trabajo. Simplemente es algo un poco tardado, puesto que el terreno es muy difícil. En la área del oeste, las cosas siguen mejorando. Hemos tenido mucho éxito quitando todo el equipo de nosotros y los bomberos siguen trabajando en apagar todas esas brasas calientes. En la población de Grizzly Flats estamos teniendo a gente que perdió sus casas regresando y están pidiendo permiso para ir a revisar esa área. Así que si eres residente de esa área, hay manera de que tengas un permiso y puedas ir a ver lo que queda de tu área. Si nos movemos un poquito más de este lado, lo que es el lado este del incendio, igual las cosas siguen mejorando. Ya abrimos un poquito más el área, ya hay paso lo que es el corredor 89 y la población se siguen abriendo. Pero el incendio igual de este lado, el terreno es difícil. No es fácil acabar con ese incendio, pero lo bueno es que la huella del incendio no crece. La línea de contención se está esforzando todavía. Y bueno, si nos movemos un poquito aquí en este mapa, está más claro de las áreas que se han abierto y las se están poblando un poquito más, y estamos quitando esas advertencias para que puedan entrar a sus casas y seguir abriendo y acabando con este incendio. Y les recuerdo, Grizzly Flats con permiso solamente y esperar un poquito más de tiempo para poder abrir esa carretera, la 50, y abrir la carretera 80. Estamos haciendo muy buen trabajo y esperemos que pronto podamos abrir todo. Eso es todo. Gracias.
Okay, did you miss me? I missed you guys. Sorry, at some point in time, I was like, that guy's been speaking a long time, just watching without my headphones on. And then Vanessa's saying, that guy speaks excellent Spanish. I'm like, oh, whoops. But I hope you enjoyed the Spanish. So, sorry about that. Oh, is there a beetle thing? Oh, you have a situation? Wait, there's a situation? Oh, no. Uh-oh. I also give advice as a profession. I'm one of those people that should always be taken seriously. I have so much life experience that I am the best person to ask about basically any situation, especially medical questions. While I am not a doctor, I do play one on TV. And that just means I'm good enough to be a doctor, really. I mean, I don't know what they think they're all about with their fancy degrees, like that means something, or the fact that they've practiced surgery before, and I just kind of read about it in a couple of, discarded textbooks, which I kind of got bored about, and then, I'm pretty sure I just didn't need to read it because I'm pretty sure I know everything already. So you can completely trust everything that I say because I take studying for my role as a doctor extremely seriously. So seriously, I plunged myself into the world of medical quackery. I'm a 100% expert in it. In fact, I would say that they should just give me an honorary degree in it. I don't know, I haven't yet. I haven't been contacted by any university, despite my numerous non-verifiable achievements. Let's see. This is alarming, though, by the way. Sorry, I thought you maybe wanted to be cheered up or something. But like I said, these infrareds can be quite alarming at night, just because we're seeing a lot of the heat. There's no distinction between fire, light, and heat. It all is the same white. And when clouds are hot with the heat, and the smoke, they're going to have that white wispy thing, or even that brightness. But I think we're seeing both of the fires, the Paradise and the Colony. And there's a strange, crackly, almost electrical arc looking thing, which is kind of mesmerizing in the left image. I know that's not what it is, but it has the appearance of like electrical arcing. I'm looking at things like the poofiness, the vapor that bursts and heat that bursts through the top of that smoke layer. So, yeah, Dr. Davidson, MD, sure. MD in quackery. Honorary degree. It's even better than a real one. I'm sure that the only thing you need is Radifor. And I sell that. In fact, I sell the jugs. I bought them real cheap from some sort of an antique dealer who, for some reason, wanted rid of them. But I read all the instruction manuals that came with them, and there's these magic jugs impregnated with radium. Right, it was baked right into the pottery, and so any water you put in it will become radioactive mildly, and that means it'll heal you. That's what it says in this pamphlet, so I'm sure that's true. I know the picture looks like we're behind bars. It's just coated in bird blessings. I'm just going to call those bird blessings. But it's still an uneasy thing to watch here. The clarity that we have from this side is probably because of wind gusts blowing away the smoke. We have traditionally a lot more clarity to the west, but the fact that it's really, you can see the fire without smoke on it right now. The smoke columns are going up into the hills, sort of. Smoke column going kind of toward the east, kind of toward the south a bit. Play Leonard Cohen's Everybody Knows. I'll get a copyright thing. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me read chat. I was distracted by this quite concerning cam. Colville Mountain 2 isn't looking any better. Okay, let me go back up to read. Vanessa says this has been useless Korean with Vanessa. What did I miss? I missed something funny. Oh, hey, Cobra. One lovely thing about California, all the beautiful accents. I totally agree with you. Californian is the best accent to totally have. It's like, oh my god. I don't know. It's just cool. What do you think? Oh my god, totally. I do it the best. Okay, let's see. What was the question? We went and threw back shots of milk. I think I'm caught up in chat. Desiree says, thinking about driving in Santa Rosa today running errands. There's so much construction going on there since the first fire, but none of it is affordable housing. It's mostly large houses. I know. That's something that legislation needs to fix. That's a big can of worms to open that subject, but I know they just demolish affordable housing and don't rebuild it, and then they kind of wonder why there's a homeless problem. Okay. I know a lot of people still homeless from the Paradise Fire. They live in tents on the Feather River, down in the river bottoms, and they're just normal. They just walk into town and go to the store and bathe in the river. I don't know how they live when it's 110 degrees. I just cannot imagine being in a tent or just in a car that may or may not drive down in the river bottoms when it's 110 degrees. So I wouldn't mind that guy's a Spanish teacher. I totally missed him. I didn't turn on the sound. Was he good?
Que el terreno es muy difícil. En la área del oeste, las cosas siguen mejorando. Hemos tenido mucho éxito.
Is he from Colombia? I do not know my accents, but he's kind of got that curl to it. I used to watch Narcos, and I thought, man, that is the coolest kind of accent. Maybe I can dig that. Let me revel in this for a second.
Buenas tardes a todos. Marco Rodríguez, vocero, con el incidente Caldor, con un breve informativo de la situación que está pasando con el incendio.
I completely agree with whatever he's saying, because that's a hypnotic, mesmerizing voice.
El incendio ha crecido muy poco. Tenemos 219,267 hectáreas quemadas. Tenemos 67% del incendio controlado y tenemos a 3,777 personas trabajando y luchando con este incendio.
It's nice and well paced. You know, he's speaking slower than most of the CAL FIRE guys that seem to be perpetually in need of sedatives. I think that's a part of effective communication, is nice, evenly measured speaking. Oh God. Oh God. That could be quite bad. New heat detections. Remember, this is all red is the last 10 minutes, so this is within the last 15 minutes. This has gone red, and if it's staying in behind its lines, it's okay. I mean, it's not that they gave it lines. We seeing it move would be the terrible thing. Let me turn on the radio. I haven't had good luck with Cal Fire, Sherwood, and Brook Trails and Little Lake Fire, but we can try. Tulare County has very few active channels. There's Tulare County Sheriff number 2, Visalia Police Dispatch. None of these has a whole lot of people listening. We heard chatter this morning from Sequoia and Sierra National, Tahoe, and Kings National Park. But then it gave us no joy later. Okay, trying to catch up with chat. Desiree says, Esta noche en Telemundo El Fuego. Tonight on the Telemundo channel, a fire. Is that the correct translation? I went to Spain and I was thinking, this is great. I brushed up on Spanish. I am completely ready for this. Not really, but at least I won't sound like a person not trying, which is kind of a bad tourist. Maybe they'll appreciate my efforts. I was like, El mundo no es eficiente, which is a James Bond movie. The only thing I owned in Spanish. World is Not Enough Spanish version. So I arrived there and I was like, hey. And then I realized that the destination was Barcelona. They speak Catalonian. Whoops. But, oh shoot, that was too long of a time lapse. Hang on. Oh, hey, the radio crackled. What I don't like what we're seeing. This is pretty ominous. That's a lot more active than I wanted to see here. That smoke column seems to be going towards the southeast. It's time to check the weather. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll read chat. I let a 69-year-old male stay in my home free because he has bone cancer. Oh man, I'm so sorry, that sucks. He went for a ride Sunday with a friend. He's very frail. He got stopped, arrested for a pain pill in his pocket. What the heck? He has bone cancer. That was Saturday and he's still in jail? Okay, Mark. I would immediately go to the media. Because that's BS. Putting sick people in jail? When he could catch COVID in a prison? You have a couple options. Go to your local congressman and say this is just an injustice. Please, maybe they'll help this situation. If not, go to the media and explain that to them that he'll get released in no time. I can't believe they even arrested him for that. I mean, assuming that's the full story, I don't think people with bone cancer belong in jail. That's just messed up. I mean, I know cancer victims right now, people fighting it. They can't get exposed to stuff. They can't be in a environment like that. This could kill him. it isn't just, COVID risk, but any minor flus and such. Can't believe he even got arrested. I just don't know. Of course, we don't know the circumstances, but that'll get results immediately. A lot of times you'll be surprised. A quick call to your local congressman, congresswoman, house person. They always like to get brownie points. They always like to be on the side of justice or this or that. And you might find an immediate taker. If not, the media will lap that up. It's sad, but sometimes you have to do what you got to do. The media does a lot of good things, as well as it's a double-edged sword. So I heard the radio crackle, but I can't. I'm hoping they'll come back with something. I think it's time to keep watching religiously right now the updates for Tulare County. Also, doesn't a person have a right to make a phone call to an attorney? Anybody on low income can make at least 2 almost free consultations with an attorney when you call the state bar. They're usually like $35. Just, you can make the call or he can, if he's not being connected with somebody. But I can't stand that kind of thing. They make it so that I had a friend with a degenerative bone disease, and he's passed on now. And I watched him wither, and then he'd call me and beg me to find him something for the pain. And I'm like, like what? He just would roll his eyes and grunt and stuff and say anything. And I'm like, are you have a terminal illness? You're not being prescribed pain pills? And he said no, that all the doctors now are super wary about there's a Miami Peak cam. Is that's probably just city lights, I think. And no, that is fire. What's happening? That's new. That just happened. Guys? Okay, I never thought I'd demonstrate this, but if you're not sure a fire's been reported, there's a button to do it. This is what this is for with the public. You can report it was seeing something on these cams. Where's the button? I mean, it just moved. It probably sees, but sometimes these are controlled by the AI. Where is the button, guys? It says in the instructions, don't assume that we know about it. I mean, the camera swiveled. That's a new fire that just happened in the last 5 minutes. So usually the help button is for maybe it's not in the beta. You've spotted a fire. Now what? Those fires have already been reported and an attack is already underway, but not always. And there are some tips if you've just spotted one. Most fires in a centered field of view and zoomed in are already confirmed. A fire that is not zoomed in or centered in the frame has a good chance of being a new start. Time-lapse the main camera pane. If you see the camera move to and zoom it, you know that the authorities are already on it. After assessing the tips given, you think it's a fire, call 911. Oh, you're supposed to just call 911, okay. But I just saw this. It did pan and zoom. Here's the last 15 minutes. Did it? Let's do the last hour then. No, it was already here. It didn't move. It just, here's the camera on the landscape, and all of a sudden the fire erupts. Okay. Yeah, I thought there was a button. But since I'm not even in the state of California, I would have to call the sheriff's office or something. That just broke out. Let's check in with the sheriff's office. I'm sure somebody has called it, but you don't assume. That was at 10:13. So it's actually a bit ago. That's going to be awkward. Is anybody in Tulare County who could just contact them and say, guys, 13 minutes ago there was a fire? Report it on Discord. Oh, I hope it's... Yeah, that's the best thing to do. I have a crazy story about related to that. Now's not the time, though. There's actually this brand new fire that just erupted, and it's pretty dang serious, whatever we're looking at. This is you said Portage? Is that the town here? It says Miami Peak by Nipanawasi. Nipanawasi. I don't know if is that Resland? But I don't want to assume somebody knows about what's going on. This is Miami Peak 1 cam on the Sierra region. I was trying to find cams looking over at the very alarming growing fires of the Windy and the other one. This is due east of Merced, basically, quite a ways. At near Nipanawasi, Miami Peak 1 cam. Go to layers option, see if there's a prior fire location or a new ignition. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Irwin fire starts for this week. Not reported as a new start this week. Anyway, is anybody actually in California right now that help? Let's go to I'm sure the reservation doesn't have a hotline, but we're looking at Tule County. The Tule County Sheriff's Office. There's got to be a phone number. Here we go. Hang on. I'll just find out what information we can get about it. I know it won't go unnoticed, but moments count. A lot of times there's a delayed response because everybody assumed everybody else called 911. I've been in that situation. I want to get information too. I just don't hesitate anymore. It's better to be safe than sorry. Hi, this is weird, but I just saw a new fire start near the Miami Peak 1 camera on alert wildfire cams. I just wanted to know if you guys knew about that.
I don't know. Let me transfer the fire department.
Thank you. Hi, I'm sorry. I'm calling from out of state, but I saw the alert wildfire cams as a new fire start Miami Peak 1 camera by Nippinawasi. I wanted to make sure you guys knew about it.
Where was it at, ma'am?
We're seeing it on the camera that's called Miami Peak 1, and it's west of Highway 49, northwest of Nippinawasi.
Northwest of, say that.
Nippinawasi. It sounds like it sounds Native American.
Yeah. What camera did you say you were looking at?
Oh, Miami Peak 1. I'm sorry, I'm unfamiliar with the region. Somebody says it might not be Tulare County, but I thought it was.
Hold on. What town are you in? Or what state are you in?
Oh, I'm in
Oh, talk about. Okay. That looks like. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to see where that would be.
Sure. Somebody says maybe Mariposa.
That looks like it's yeah. That looks like it is. Hold on. Definitely going to be the Mariposa. You're right. That area.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't know the county.
We'll let them know.
Sorry, I don't. I just thought it was Tulare. So.
Oh, that's okay.
Kathryn Davidson.
Kathryn, what's your phone number if they need to call you back? We'll let them know.
Sure. Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Sorry to bother you guys.
Oh, not a problem. Thanks, Kathryn.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, sorry, I muted my own personal information I gave them, but a minute or two counts, and so I thought this was Tulare County because I was clicking on the cams, and I do have a fever, so she looked it up. She got online, the dispatch lady got online immediately and said, yeah, this is great, do you have their phone number for their Merced area? And I'm like, no, I'm sorry. So she said it was good that I called. And she kind of wanted to know what I was doing, and so I described the fire stream, and she's like, okay. That was kind of one of those reactions, but oh well. I don't regret doing it. Last year, we saw a heat signature on overheating high-tension power lines, And when I called dispatch last year, they had no idea about it. And that was in rural Oregon. And they did want to know. And they ended up calling Bonneville Power Administration. But sorry, guys, I looked over and I was already on the phone. And you guys were telling me it was reported already. But anyway, Carrie Z, I did report it via the report Firestar button, and it placed a tweet out, but I'm not familiar with Twitter. Well, cool. That's good that you did that. This is what these are for. It's for people to do this. And so the instructions said if the camera pivots and it zooms, people already know. But it didn't zoom. It was just here, and then boom, a fire erupts in front of it. So better be safe than sorry. So, yeah, Mariposa County, polar vortex. Okay. So, but that's really cool that dispatch knows about these. So apparently, I mean, this gives me the idea that a lot of people might use this. You know, this isn't like her first time hearing about it. She's like, yep, put your camera. I think that's really good, public participation of this. So, let's see. You never know the reservation might or might for the emergency. Yeah, this isn't reservation land. At first, I thought the fire was very close to the cam. That's what we can't figure out. You know, when you zoom out, it could be. We don't know the zoom level of the cam, and I wish there was a big indicator. There's a whole bunch of little things like X and Y axes, which are the direction it's pointing, elevation, time, date. I don't believe we have a zoom level. There's a couple of unknown numbers here, almost like a cam serial number, but we don't know where it's zoomed in. By the way, that's not the only thing to watch. We're also originally of concern was the existing fires, like on the up there in the hills. I was hoping another one could give us a clue. What's Mount Bullion? Yeah. Okay, so that's wow. What are we looking at with Mount Bullion? What exactly is it seeing? It's that big flash. Yeah, the worst thing that can happen is you say, whoopsie, do you know about this? And they go, yep, they do. And you go, okay, thanks, bye. Oh, hi, Barbara. How are you doing? Opus Singer using emojis makes me feel happy. Yeah. Reporting fires, I've found, is not one of those things that dispatch ever scolds you for. I've been scolded for calling to report a guy who ran like a bat out of hell through a neighborhood. And then the next person I talked to said, there's been a robbery. And I went, oh, okay. So I called 911 to report that. And I just didn't think the guy was doing anything but fast jogging, you know. He seemed like maybe a track and field student, just trying to practice his game. Like I used to. Just concentrated look on your face. Left, right, left, right, left, right. Get through that neighborhood fast. Go home fast. And someone goes, my bank is broken into. So I call 911. There's that guy running through the neighborhood, and I got scolded for not dialing it sooner. And what's happening? This isn't at all. Did the camera change its position? And what the heck is going on? Is this another? It's a pan and a zoom and another fire start. at the same time. 22:37 is the current time. Last frame. What? Okay, 22:12. 10:12 at night. And then it erupts at 22:13. Well, yeah, they're different camps. They're different locations. The Miami is a completely different area, and it began let's do our 15-minute. Mark says I just emailed my congressman. Mark, good. You know, I hope you get a call back. You might want to leave a letter, a message saying, please check my important email. There's a sick person rotting in jail, and this is an injustice. They need your help immediately. You might want to just leave that with the secretary. I think I'm completely weirded out right now. If we just saw 2 brand new fire starts while I'm just trying to look at the other crisis. I know this is flatland and you can zoom pretty wildly around and we're in a drought, but what? Yeah, and that's good. That's good you did that. Your friend is probably going to be very pleased with you that you stood up for him, if nothing else. Even if he comes home on bail or something tomorrow, like, dude, I tried a congressional intervention. And the congressman might reach out anyway and try to advocate. Okay, there's the ignition. What the heck? So there's that thing going on in Mariposa.
74, 74, 22, 41.
Oh my god, that was loud. Okay, sorry guys. What, ignition at 2213. Ignition at 2213. It's gotta be the same fire and the camera view is not updated. It's got to have swiveled around and looked at the same fire. But good for you. Doesn't it make you feel better you did something? I wondered, John, like propane explosion, that looked big. But since they started exactly 2213, I'm thinking it's got to be the same one. And it's just showing a false direction. Does the landscape look the same? Because what would be the odds of that for simultaneous combustion? Oh, Barbara says the good thing is CAL FIRE just put a fuel break on grist this year. The Miami Cam is Madera County, adjacent to Mariposa. The grist fires in the Bootjack area of Mariposa. But these just ignited a minute ago. I'm kind of struggling with the whole I'm sick with a fever thing. Either this or these just ignited. We have to go to the 1 hour because we missed the that flash.
Medic 9143, 2243.
So here's the camera just chilling and singing Girl from Ipanema, and all of a sudden record scratch, and it pivots. Was that a bug or a UFO? Pretty sure it was a bug. Whoa. It happened right in front of the cam's view. Single-story residential structure fully involved, 1/4 acre vegetation. Oh no. Are you seeing that on CA Fire Scanner or on Twitter or this is the grist fire. Okay, I'm just. But like, did it just erupt moments ago? Like now? Like we saw? Because that seemed to be just boom. You're listening to our fire scanner? Oh, in Mariposa County? Well, which one is it? I'll turn it on. There were a lot of lights before it burst into flames. Yeah. It's a house fire. That's so sad. The Mount Bullion cam zooms on the fire, but the direction doesn't change on the player. That's what I was thinking, J-Cat. There's 2 simultaneous ignition starts. Just it would be beyond freakishly coincidental. And in such far distances away, it's just got to be the cam kind of not updating. Opus says looks similar to that explosion near Orville the other day. What explosion near Orville? What happened? God. Sad. But, okay, meanwhile, back at the ranch, I'm really sad for them having this tragedy, but I am quite concerned. The original mission was to try to find better eyes, and Colville Mountain was pretty alarming. Madera, Mariposa, and Merced fire scanner. Okay, thanks. Barbara, I have no idea why you don't have mod powers. Here you go. You can share links. So there's 2 types of mods, basically. The police, who they'll share links to, and then people just trustworthy enough that you can have mod powers to share links. Just don't ban anybody without my knowledge, unless they're obviously like a scam artist or something. Opus says, was it not Orville where the apartment complex exploded on camera the other day? I didn't hear anything about that. Code 3 ambulance. Oh my god. Yeah, can you please link me the quick broadcastify? Can you go back to daytime to see the area? I think that will cause the camera to furiously rotate around. I think it was on Seek. Maybe not. Okay. Thanks, Barb. You know, if you want to send me details about your friend, I was thinking of doing a Remembrance of the Fallen special, where we honor those either grievously wounded or killed in these recent firefighting endeavors. I would want very much to find to honor your friend if you wanted to. Okay, we're listening to it.
Update on the
It was a nice sunset.
Dozer 42, 42. Ingress ICM, command. 42, 42. When you get to Ashworth and Grip, raise contact. We'll hold you there for now until we get resources in here. Again, coming up to that location now.
I'm still very concerned for the
Transport is in the area, stage.
2249.
Opposed to water tender 37 is responding.
Sir 37 en route, 2249.
I followed.
Fair President engine 4294 at scene.
Scene 2249.
I noticed that too. It's all chilling. It's chilling in the hills, and then it pivots to an area where a fire's about to start.
Copy, scene 2215.
That's weird. Whoa, you can see the miniature spot fires being ejected like debris.
You have a sign of Romeo as well.
Bam! I don't remember that, Opus, but I did show some home video things about fire videos like Blevies.
22 Mariposa, Command 1.
I haven't looked at Orville cams since July. Did I remember?
Medic 22 Mariposa on local 2.
Go ahead, Mariposa.
And I could have.
31 is available at John C. Fremont. They're advising they could launch to the scene if you need them to. Otherwise, they're standing by for a rendezvous at John C. Fremont.
Burn victim. I don't keep track of everything quite so well. I told people in chat the other day, please roll call as if we're in school. State your name and what you do.
Do you have Command 1 capabilities?
Negative.
It might have. If somebody would tell, does anybody have a link?
71 in the area, I think.
Copy 2252.
I want to see this explosion. I mean, not this one, the other one. Because, I think that's rational. Somebody may have said, hey, there's a structure fire, and the cams go and look at it. And it could have been that they are responding, and then the gas main went off, you know what I mean? It could have been a, hell, we could rewind. I could rewind this broadcastify. There's no real rewind button, but I could download the archives. We could get the first. This is so worthless.
2253.
Also confirming we're using Techie.
I think my 911, well, it wasn't a 911 call, but my call to dispatch in Tulare County was going pretty well until they said, "So you monitor fires?"
We're at our first and ready to lift.
Yes, I do. In what capacity?
Medic Union has not made it to scene yet. We'll advise their wishes from there.
I'm gonna try to clean up this audio. There might be something I can do with it. From the special dashboard thing. Okay. I'll try to adjust it. I could pull the archives. Wow, there's a local ham radio club, Barbara. That's cool. Oh, they constantly... Oh. Whoa. Do I have permission to rebroadcast this? I mean, it's public domain, isn't it? How do they have a movie camera about this? Where's the feed? What's I wish they would say whether or not rebroadcasting was okay. Wow.
Med 2256.
Sheriff, 7113 responding and switching.
It was on September 9th? Oh, whoa, how did I forget? Oh, man.
Admin 7113 responding and switching.
I forgot, guys. I need to sleep. I've been...
2056.
My last stream ended at 2 in the morning. I never did sleep. I was supposed to go to sleep in the afternoon, take a nap, check in with you guys, and go to sleep again at night, so... It is for public viewing? Okay.
Airbows in 63 and quarter.
I'm muting Mariposa for a second. Because that's the other fire. That's the one we were listening to. Oh, sorry. I accidentally turned on Mendocino. Yeah, I forgot that was a structure fire when we just looked beyond it that night. But yeah, you were just complimenting me on how I keep track so well. No. Not when I'm sick. So, okay. It's time for me to sleep. I just want to check cams. At least something on at night. It's really beyond the time I should have slept. I should have crawled in bed so many times before. But thanks, Barb, for the tip here. I'm still concerned for, quite concerned for, the fire up by the Sequoias right now. The KNP. That's what originally made me look at these cams, because now that we have the black and white view, so that is back over in Mendocino County. This Colville Mountain 2 is of concern.
91 2259.
Oh no, not that again. Dang it. This was a mistake. That's vigorous. Quite vigorous. I think, are we seeing all 3 fires at once? Sorry, let me do a 1 hour. Are we seeing all the way to the Windy, far in the distance? I don't think we are. I think we're just looking straight due east, right? So we should only be seeing the one on the far left. Should be the Colony. The one on the right should be the Paradise. Or the Paradise. Paradise is smaller.
Information, medics are at the scene. Made patient contact. The vegetation's been contained. Just interior heat from the remainder of the structure.
Copy 2300.
So it's contained already. Residual heat from the structure, is that what he was saying? Did the structure just implode? Is it still stand? Is it a chunk of debris on the ground? What blew up? Yeah, that's what my brain is turned into too. My brain is like a delicious soft omelet. What?
96 is in quarters.
Opus Singer, you've got to stop having zombies do your public relations for you. I think they're failing you. But that's probably what a zombie would say. Compliment your brain as if it was a delicious soft omelet. Yeah, that's good. That's good, Barb. Air is calm right now. The Grist Road has vegetation management clearance project recently. Okay. I thought they just said it was contained. I must not understand what they said. It's 11 o'clock when things should really be dying down on fires, and that is not the case. I'm trying to figure out smoke direction. We're looking almost due east. Smoke is drifting to the southeast.
Mariposa Grist, I see. Additionally, cancel one, boarding crew, and continue one.
Look at that. It's a tip.
Continue one, crew, cancel the other.
Affirmative.
It's trying to...
Operation copy, we'll continue in.
Copy. Crew 2 continuing in. Crew 3, you can cancel.
It's trying to start pyrocumulus clouds. It's trying its very best. Okay, so we know the trigger point for evacuations is Milk Ranch Peak. Then they'll hit the evacuation.
Contact the local one, 2303.
I didn't make crews coming. Okay. So my dog does, my PR, he's way cuter than me. Why does your dog want to eat your brain like a breakfast burrito, though? That's the question, Opus. I would expect that of a zombie, but I would really question my man's best friend if that's what he comes up with. Okay, back to seriousness. The trigger point to evacuate Oak Grove, right here, is the fire reaching Milk Ranch Peak. Remember the margin of error? We also have hot smoke clouds being margin of error.
22, I see.
What is the Milk Ranch Peak fire lookout?
Caldor to troop. And you guys come on Grist Road. I think it's 4288. You guys can park the bus there. Come down. Copy 4288.
I want to know if it's staffed or is it historic. I think we should dust off every single fire lookout that we ever had, and place fire recon drones and recharge stations on them for rapid response. Milk, what did I say? John, is a structure fire? It may not have a big enough heat signature. It's a structure. What did I just say? See how tired I am? Milk.
Just confirming PG&E was started and en route.
Milk Ranch.
It's not going to be any high voltage lines, but it is going to be a surface drop from the transformer to the residence.
Copy, they were started. Chemical.
Opa says, by the way, is there any reasonable prediction of when RT50 to Tahoe, Route 50? Actually, we just watched the Caldor briefing right before we went poking around for these cams. Hey, here's what it used to look like. I wonder if it's decommissioned. That's the Milk Ranch Peak lookout. The point is that if the heat signature is accurately over it, they might pull the trigger for a mandatory evacuation like any moment now. Barbara says it was started by a power line drop to a structure. Ho ho ho. With PG&E en route. Wow. Did they say the transformer blew up? Is that what the explosion was? That's a wow. What was the explosion? Was that like a propane tank or something? Bob Roberts at the Milk Ranch Lookout. I hope this, well, if this structure survived the test of time, it's about to burn down right now. I almost said, oh, I hope this structure is still with us. And I just realized that wouldn't matter. It would just immediately burn down right now, probably. Oh dear. That's what I do when I look at old pictures and stuff. I go, yay, now it's an adventure. Let's see if this place still exists. I can make a documentary. They haven't said what the explosion thing was. I'm dying to know. Reminiscent of the Tubbs fire, anyone? Power surge and a hot tub explodes? Literally, don't understand why. Ironically, the nearest road is called Tubbs with a double B, and it was a spa. It apparently exploded on the Tubbs fire. Red Flag Day or whatnot. Massive fire breaks out. They rule it's the electrical fault of the homeowner. Never mind that the power surge just boom. That the lines were toppling and surging, as far as I can remember. Okay, so this is what used to look like. That's an ugly replacement of the quaint original, I think. Either that, it's just the opposite side of it. Contributor's website. Yep, that's right. There's their map. They're still on watch. I was going to, yeah, Hero Singer. They were talking about the, here you can zoom around to where they're talking about 50. It's going to be a long time. They're not allowing anybody through. It's unsafe. Like even kids that have to go to school. Big logs and boulders are keep falling on 50. But we did watch the West Zone meeting earlier. Tulare County Sheriff's Office.
Mariposa Medic 22 will be transporting a JCF priority 3 with 1.
Mariposa copy 2309. Will you be utilizing the air ambulance?
Poor
We're
guy.
consulting with JCF at the moment to see if we'll utilize them or not. I'll advise once you find out.
Mariposa copy 2310.
We have a Beach King. Go and check out and survey. Altitude of 18,000, so it's high above, safely above. We'll probably try to map the fires now, or at least get an idea of what's going on. Yeah, they were talking about the air ambulance, Barbara. I'm hoping that person ends up being okay. I'm turning on Cal Fire, Sherwood, Brook Trails, and Little Lake. That's seems to be the best thing that we have for Tulare County. Because I just can't imagine Tulare City.
The water tender 29, the route to the Grist incident.
Copy 2311.
Water tender 29.
27, sorry.
27.
First down for 3, there is an EC en route, the ET of 30, first of Ha in a gray Mercedes.
That's Tulare City Fire and Police Dispatch. That's not going to work. I just turned it off. What is Tulare County Fire and CHP Pink? Would that be our air attack?
6795, 29 clear, 28 when you're ready. (6795) 28 returns expired as of August 31st, 2021 to a 2005 Chevrolet pickup out of Tulare. No fees on file.
Okay, that's very police chattery. Doesn't seem like it's good. The voice on Water Tender 29 is a volunteer. Oh. JFC is John C. Fremont Hospital. Okay. Opus Singer, you're a crystal hunter and you welcome boulder drops as long as they're not on anyone's head. Yeah, it would be better if we found out that they were a meteorite and then we could split our billions together when we sell it. A boulder-sized meteorite. And even if we don't sell it, we could have it as a fantastic conversation piece. The solid jadeite, that would be cool. Find a boulder the size of that that's solid jadeite.
Howard 43218 is occupying the pad at Ukiah Valley Medical Center.
Boulder-sized geode or thunderite, that would be cool.
2313.
Oh god, how do I go to sleep with this craziness happening? The answer is I make myself. So guys, what to do about this. I can just leave this on. They just reopened June 2020 Mount Zion Lookout, California, Amador County, close to Pine Grove. Oh, that's cool. That's good to hear. Do you guys collect, well, photographs? You don't collect the real things. Do you guys collect the markers? What are those called? The surveying markers discs. They look like a little bronze circle, and they have marks in them. You'll find them in city streets where they put the surveyor gear down and helps them survey from the same point in a town endlessly. And on the landscape too, there's these discs, geo markers, whatever they're called. They've been around, some since the 1800s. Sometimes the originals are still there, but oftentimes they'll have a replacement schedule of. There's regular inspection, and like every 40 years at least, they go and check if they're still there. Sometimes they put them in train stations, bridges. Generally something that won't disappear off the landscape. Sometimes they'll slam them into boulders, and you have to move moss aside, and you can find them. What's the distance between the Paradise and Colony? They'll merge. That's why they're basically called a complex already. This is so horrible. This is why we might lose the General Sherman tree or have it impacted. This is where the giants are. The giant sequoias named after the generals. And slated in the next 72 hours is for the Paradise to go over this way. Silver City, I hope, dodges a bullet. It may not make it. It'll go down, roll out down into the creek area. And then the Colony will at some point invade. Is sometime next 24, 48, or 72 hours. Just, you know, it's a guess. And so the giant sequoias will be attacked from both sides. But we're seeing a bigger heat signature here. That is the trigger point to evacuate Three Rivers and Oak Grove. And the problem is, it was already so close to the trigger point. Here's the lookout. It's already so close that they run the risk of that hitting it at night and doing a nighttime mandatory evacuation instead of telling the people during the day. Yeah.
Mariposa Medic 22.
Oh, the Tunguska explosion. I don't think it caused a hit.
Cancel Mercy Air JPF extended.
Okay, so the victim's not going life flight after all.
2317.
The Tunguska explosion seems to have been a comet because they couldn't find any iron. I mean, it didn't cause a fire. It just blew down the trees as if it was a volcanic eruption. There's a big mystery. It was set in the middle of nowhere. By the time they got there, the crater was full of swamp water, because people don't realize in Siberia during the summer it's not all frozen and stuff. It's waist knee deep, chin deep muck. The water has nowhere to go, so it freezes in winter, and it's all fun and sleigh bells and stuff. But in the summer, Siberia is miserable. There's a reason people don't want to go there. There's the mosquitoes the size of silver dollars. And you can just get bogged down in there. So they drained that lake, and they dug in the bottom thinking it's got to be a meteor. The Russians at the time. I don't believe they found anything. And so the idea is it was probably just a comet, and it didn't directly strike the planet. It may have been a detonation where it's mainly an ice ball. And the friction of the atmosphere and the speed may have just been too much for it, cracked it apart into a massive explosion, because they found out that the tree blowdown pattern is more consistent with an explosion high above the ground. Oh yeah, they have huge wildfires now. It's bad. They gave up on containing them. I think they.
9114, transporting 1, cooked it out.
I don't think they can do anything. So the thing is that we know that this complex fire. I went elaborately over it, just what a horrible danger it is, like 3 times. I can't do it again. The best hope for the region is these stay contained within their temporary restraints, which is a bunch of retardant all over the landscape, but that will fail. So it's like a gorilla with rabies rattling the cage. The colony and the paradise here, the same thing with the windy fire that's further south by the Indians' reservation. So there's also other cool theories that the explosion came from the ground up. That's an interesting one, but it was relatively easy to rule that out, supposedly, by modeling. Like, sometimes the best way to figure out what physically happened is to create a size model. They do that to test, tsunami wave action and like big pools and stuff. And so they lined up a scale model and they just blew up the model, detonated explosive charges from different parts on it. And they found the blowdown pattern was consistent for something above. But one of my favorite theories about it was that about that same time Nikola Tesla tried to transfer an incredibly huge amount of energy through the earth, using the earth as a conductor. And so he sticks electrodes and stuff in the ground and tried to do this massive experiment. And at the opposite end of the world, there's a massive explosion, nuclear in size. Imagine Nikola Tesla opening, way bigger than Hiroshima. Imagine him opening the newspaper a little bit later and going, crap, sorry. He was by then making such big claims. He probably could have been like, let's just play devil's advocate fantasy for a moment. Let's just say that he did it. He would probably go public and say, I'm sorry. At least nobody died, and nobody would believe him because he was saying all kinds of stuff that was way beyond the understanding of people at the time. Hey, Chris, thank you so much for that tip. You're one of Mother Earth's angels. No, you are. Great job to you and your mods. Now, thank you for everything you do. Now get yourself a treat. Good vibes from Tasmania, Australia. Oh, thank you. You know what, you're awesome, by the way, big hugs. And yes, my mods are awesome, you guys are amazing. I'm a big Caldor 7. There's very little growth on the ground vegetation in the area of the giants, as long as it's kept out of the canopies. You're right. Here's what we don't want. We don't want a pyrocumulus, but look what it's trying to do. It keeps trying to make one. All day, all night, last 2 days. It is rattling the cage. In fact, I don't have a long enough time lapse. So I enthusiastically talked to my Australian mate.
2322 at speed.
Oops. I enthusiastically told my Australian mate, you guys make the best candy. And she goes, we do? And she starts messing with me like, you mean Vegemite flavored candy? And I'm like, shut up. No, the good stuff. You know, the wallaby. And she goes, the what? I said, the wallaby candy it's Australian. It has this big wallaby on it. This is the bomb. The huckleberry flavor. That is a rare flavor. And how did you Australians discover it? I thought it was one of the best kept secrets of the Pacific Northwest. The fact that we have a purplish huckleberry that grows wild around the volcanoes like Mount Adams especially. And that stuff's worth its weight in silver.
Mariposa transferred those and tender 4242 released from the GRIST.C. GRIST incident available.
And I said, it's really a local delicacy, and people travel around to experience it. They don't preserve well. They resist cultivation. So you have to go find them in the wild, and people have these secret spots. Just like the mushroom hunters, the truffle hunters. And they sell them by the ounce. And I go to Mount Adams. Oh, sorry, I keep replaying this when I meant to actually hit the other button. Sorry. And oh crap. Guys, that's not Mariposa. That's a different channel we're listening to. That's Cal Fire Sherwood, Brooktails, and Little Lake. That's in Tulare. That could be a completely different injury. I hope not. Quite confused right now. Drop bears. So, yeah, I know. Dude, they're confirmed. I didn't believe in drop bears until I saw this incredible meme. I can't. Oh yeah, okay. This one doesn't have any curse words. Let me get this one showing to you guys. I used to make fun of the whole drop bear thing until I saw this image. And now I'm terrified. I'll never visit that island nation / continent / country / land of the fantastic. I can't when I know that such vicious creatures exist. Because koalas are cute or everything when they're dry. Have you ever seen one that's wet? Oh, I mean, here they are. You just boo, 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 boo. Oh, you touch that little nose. Boo, 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 boo. Ah! Okay. Well, now you don't look quite so friendly. I just suggest. Ah! Oh my God. Okay. 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 I'm backing off. That's all right. You can have your eucalyptus. Here, have some. I'm just gonna lay it on the ground. I will be leaving now. It's been nice visiting your nation. I have to quickly board the nearest plane by crawling under the wheel wells. Or maybe I'll just swim. Yeah, I'll just start stripping right now and swim. Bye. See ya. Splash. They're down under Chupacabra. I keep pressing the button. I'm hopeless. It has to be that long, but we don't have to go back there. This is so what we have is the trigger point to evacuate Three Rivers and Oak Grove. There's that lookout mountain that may or may not still have a tower on it. Look at it trying to form its pyrocumulus. And so what the big nightmare is, what if it does form a pyrocumulus? And we know that these fire whirls / tornado things are in the center. And even if it doesn't move, sometimes they don't move. Difference between a tornado and a vortex. This is throwing embers high into the sky, long-range spotting. What if the column collapses? Even worse. Long-range spotting, it's like taking a top hat, soaking it in gasoline, lighting it on fire, and smashing your fist on the top of it. You would throw embers everywhere. And it's a bad scenario. So yeah, I don't think those particular redwoods are that vulnerable from the ground up. I think they are super vulnerable from the crown down. So Anyway, the wallaby story. I'm raving about the wallaby candy. I said, you have your normal licorice, and that's all traditional and English and stuff. I can't believe half the world away in another hemisphere, you guys know about huckleberries. Because they're like a secret. They're dark purple, and they make everything from huckleberry pie. Seasonally, of course, you have to go up there and do the picking real fast, and people will scour the wilderness. They'll go all over the Mount Adams area, over to Mount St. Helens, but they mostly grow on the Washington side of the Columbia. And literally, you can't find them. They're all secrets. People take elaborate pains. They leave cell phones and such at home, so nobody can track where they go to get they're really paranoid to get the not honeysuckle, the huckleberries. And when they come back with these bags of them, you can smell it. It's a sweet, intoxicating. It's got a little bit of a rich, savory to it with a little tiniest amount of zing. Like, you know how licorice is just like too much? You're just like, oh, especially when you first try it as a kid, you're like, ah! But if you just took like a tiny amount on your tongue, it would be acceptable. And they cut that by 1,000th, just having a tiny zing, but mostly just sweetness. A kind of intoxicating sweetness. It makes an incredible perfume type smell. They turn it into scented candles. And I picked one up and I just couldn't bring it away from my nose. I was like, I don't want to smell anything else on earth. It's something like, imagine pomegranate, but with extremely, like, almost a hummingbird amount of sugar, hummingbird food amount of sugar. Huckleberry, George Herbert, huckleberries grow in Marin County, but I ain't saying where. Well, that's okay. I just put a hacker's request to pretty much put you under surveillance now, and we'll also bug your vehicle. We'll have your secrets. Hang on a second. Is there somebody at my door? Who would be at my door? Okay. Okay. That's a skunk walking by. Yeah, it can do that. I'm sorry to bother you. I thought you were a cat or somebody outside the door. Just, yeah, we have no problems, no issues. It's cool, man. Okay, that was weird. So, I'll be your huckleberry, says Desiree. Opus Singer, that is your new hit song. You have to write this now. I will be your huckleberry. But a slice of huckleberry pie was something like $48. So my friends divvied up and took it, and boy, was it worth every penny. It's completely unique. You can't really describe it. Salmon berries are pretty good too. Yeah, Stinky Kitty. Yeah. The funny thing about mustelids is they don't experience fear. They just seem to not have it. That's why the Wolverine just walks up to bears and it's like, give me that food. Weasels don't feel fear either. They just jump on stuff and do their thing, and skunks or mustelids, they just kind of look at you like, really? Okay, another threat, all right. And they aim for your eyes. Large amount of people make large amounts of CO2. What? stop havings. Where did that come from? Oh no, Helen. Incident command reported spot fire across the middle fork of the Kalia River, a half-mile up from Potwisha campground on Generals Highway. Are you listening to the same channel I am, Helen, or is that from social media? Oh no. Did they just go through? Did I just horribly predict another round of evacuations right before they happened? Because I don't like doing that. I would like to be wrong. Did they just get ordered? I don't see it. I don't see it happening. Not in Tulare County Sheriff's Office, where there are new evacuations. Like, are there? Ooh, colon, a huckleberry ice cream shake. Oh yeah, that I would distribute to the world. I would say, everyone, your conflicts are now irrelevant. You will have the slice of pie and be instantly sedated and happy. Helen, where are you, I mean, burning this vigorously, I would assume that it would have the ability to break out, at least with a spot, even if the main one doesn't go somewhere. What I want to know is this the third fire? Is this so far south? Can we actually see the Windy too? So we have the colony, the paradise. Is this the Windy? You saw it. See that? Okay. Yeah, gotta be spots. Hey, Dusty. Chaz, you can just post links. Ta-da! You're magically endowed. And Helen, you're also magically endowed. You guys are trustworthy. And do not in any way feel pressured to be regulatory. That is probably going to get us in trouble. But you now have the power to post links. You're a mini-mod. You're a deputy. I mean, if there's somebody cursing up a storm and racial expletives and stuff are used, by all means ban them. But just tell me about bannings. I've come to the horrified realization that a lot of good people got banned because my mods thought that people should be banned when they violated chat silence. Banning means like forever, and I don't even get notified that these people get banned. And so I was just looking casually through my channel settings this morning, trying to figure out how to make sure that bad words and malicious links don't enter my comment section. And I found a banned word, not allowed words. I was like, great, maybe I could just prevent a whole bunch of debates by banning a couple of triggered words like things like tree hugger somebody types a comment with that, it probably means that they're trying to start trouble. It's against the mission. Same thing with a couple other bad trigger words. It'll just start a debate where people hate each other, and that's the complete opposite of the mission. Wow. Artificial clouds, vapor released by the Russian tank. Now that is a rave. I don't even know what we're looking at, but that would be fun at a party. I need this weapon. Is that what it is? Is this firefighting equipment or a weapon? This is the kind of stuff Russians would do. They are all pretty much engineers. When you get your education in Russia, you choose a path of either science, engineering, teaching, or something of the sort, right? As long as you test smart enough for the thing. And they've all got these amazing physical, like, they're encouraged to invent things and tinker and work together. And some of their parties, which event? Smitty cloud seeding. You do know that that's forbidden to talk about, right? Okay. There are some topics that make a raging debate and invite the conspiracy people. I like to talk about new technology. Cloud seeding has pretty much been a scam for more than a century, with such unpredictable and erratic results that pretty much all legitimate governments gave up on it. And the fact that it's making a comeback, I don't know if it's some kind of a new innovation or an act of complete desperation. But the thing is that we could talk about technology. I don't mind it. I'm a very hard sell skeptic on cloud seeding. It's all right. You're get out. Just kidding. So here's the problem with a couple topics, such as CO2 and global warming. There's no solution to it. Like we don't have that debate. We just say, well, the world has to come together on that. So let's not debate anything that can cause hard feelings or make people mad, or it's completely out of our control. So we just don't talk about it. We acknowledge it's a problem, but it's not our problem. That we can immediately do something. That's the focus. What can we immediately do? And instead of trying to convince each other, be right or wrong, the better thing to do is say, hey, we won't convince each other. Let's not try, and let's not judge and not care about that. Let's care about the major problem we're facing and what we can practically do if we work together. What can we achieve if we work together? Even though we have different ideas, we have different perspectives, different life experiences shaping our different viewpoints, we have the same goal, so why do we argue? Let's just see what we can both do. It's easy to get along with the people that share your viewpoint. It's leadership if you bring people with differing viewpoints together. That's where magic happens. And power.
14 transport ride.
So we are listening to the Three Kings thing, but I just feel like that's a really cool party trick, nevertheless. But the problem with the cloud seeding one is there's a bunch of people that come in and constantly say that the worldwide shadow government thing controls the weather, and we're all a victim of its targeted weapons. And all these fires could immediately be put out if they just embrace cloud seeding, and they're suppressing the truth. They're suppressing it. They want us to suffer, and It's the same people that believe in the space lasers. There's a worldwide shadow government in complete control. And these people can't be reasoned with because they're emotionally overwhelmed, and their psychological profile is that they cannot handle the idea of chaos or nobody being in control, or the fact that I tell them the truth that no human being can extinguish a megafire. We can contain them and wait for them to either exhaust their fuel or for Mother Nature to put them out with rain or snow, or some other event. We don't have it's not within our capability to put these out, and it's not within our capability to control the weather or stop hurricanes. However, there's a huge amount of disorders where that's not acceptable to the brain. Somebody has to be in control. And with the religiously minded, they think it's, well, God, of course. And then they have the problem with, why would a good God do bad things? And so what they immediately do is blame the victims and say, oh, for some reason the natural disaster happened was God's wrath. And the moment I hear the word God's wrath, I just kick people. That same thing with Mother Nature's wrath. It's the opposite flip coin of it, like the pagan version. No, nature and God is not mad at us. We just have a situation. The wrath of deities was a very Bronze Age kind of a state of mind, a very, classical notion about why disease might happen, but nothing that gets us anywhere. Go ahead and have those personal beliefs, but you can't harass other people or blame victims or make people feel like crap. It's just like, that's not appropriate. So the flip side of the people who are non-religious believe it's a worldwide shadow government and they're in control. Their mind cannot handle the fact nobody's in control. No matter what you do, they believe the hurricanes were sent here by the shadow government or God. Sins or the shadow government's evil, whichever, take your pick. And the equally disgusting viewpoint of, we screwed up Mother Nature, and so the people who have SUVs and cars eat meat or whatever the hell it is, you deserve it, and shut up. Have whatever viewpoint you want, but it's all the same level of archaic thinking. So the problem is if you mention any of those subjects, those people come out to argue. You can't mention the cloud seeding without them coming out explaining how somebody's suppressing that. And, oh, we could stop these fires in an instant. I just don't want to deal with those arguments anymore. What's this comment? I'm trying to figure out where Helen is on Twitter. On Twitter, looking for EVACs not found yet, supposed to be the trigger. The milk lookout, I thought, was the trigger. Let's look at the bullion camera and see if the house thing is there. But everything's okay. I mean, I would love to talk about new technology. I'd love to be this thing where I'd be like, convince me. And everybody says, here's all the cloud seeding that actually works. Here's some studies that actually work. And I'd be like, I would play Scully till you're Mulder. I think that would be fun. I would love to take on conspiracy theories. I did find that fun. However, the feedback I got was, this doesn't help any fire victim right now, talking about the subjects. In fact, it increases their stress. Even hearing the word targeted, weapon, doom, shadow government, even these words makes people stressed. and I just responded with sensitivity, and I this is not the place for me to play games and be amused by, the debate team, Now that's the structure fire. Opus, which event did you want me to zoom out on? Oh, hey, Silent, where you been? We keep hissing each other, 2 ships passing in the night. Although I've been live for, I don't know, like 20 hours or something. The Blue Rock. I wish this was a focus. I guess I have to look at Twitter and figure out what people are saying on Twitter about the incident. I wish we just had a good radio to listen to. I just keep feeling like I may. The event I've been showing? The one with the trees? Oh yeah, that'd be awesome, Renee. I was thinking about people have proposed kind of like tubes or giant, I would say giant aqueducts to kind of move around some of the water where it's needed. I mean, our own civilization has a good track record of that. I mean, we screw up sometimes. Hydroengineering is hard. But you look at things like the Hoover Dam and making a nice little wet colony of Vegas where they can have golf courses and stuff. And we probably should do better, but we have a nice, almost adequate, a massive system of reservoirs and dams in California to capture some of that snow melt and keep the valley green year-round. It used to be dry as a bone in summer and wet and soaking in winter, like the whole valley filled up. Because you know what, kids? One of my favorite movie quotes, I don't know where it's from, maybe Mulholland Drive or something like that, was a geologist who looked at somebody and said, "Valley, this is a basin. The realtors call it a valley. Geologists call it a basin. It's designed to collect water." So the Indians would go to places like the Sutter Buttes during the flood months and hang out there in the dry and paddle around and get the huge amounts of flyway, the Great American Flyway, abundant geese and migrating fowl and stuff. And it's only become a problem with permanent settlement, of course. But if you look at all civilizations that were successful, all of them managed water. Roman aqueducts. I mean, that allowed them to build cities that otherwise wouldn't exist. Incas. The ones that didn't do so well failed to manage water. Silent Warrior, not a lot of viewers in here. What's up with that? Well, most people went home to Tahoe. Am I familiar with people like Alan Watts or Terrence McKenna? Way off subject, but you seem to have a fairly wide net. Sorry, I don't recognize those names. But email me them, and we can. I would love to have my variety show. You guys tell me what I should check out, and it would be called Kathryn Watches.
Forest 318 is clear of the pad at East Ohio Valley.
Okay, Opus, I'll do this once for you. And as soon as I explain the situation, because I've been trying to go to bed since 2 a.m. yesterday, and I'm sick with a fever. I don't know how I can summarize. I'm incapable of summary. This is one heck of a nightmare. This is a windy fire. Still trying to make its pyro cloud. It was a steam train highballing monster this morning. Look what Russia is doing over there. I'm afraid to click. Guys, just stop interacting with me if you want me to sleep. I hate to say that. But do you understand? I will be here for another 20 hours and wonder why I'm insane. I desperately say, okay, guys, I'm going to go, and then a new fire erupts. I was going to go to bed 3 hours ago, and I was going to go to bed at noon, but every time I go, there's a new fire that erupts. All we have to do is decide on a cam, tell me what radio, and I'm going to sleep. Mariposa County? I have no idea what you're saying, Helen. You have to add a G? Why don't you just put the link in? .org? Really confused. Why does Mariposa County have EVACs right now? That just is a broken link. I have to try to carefully select it. I really don't understand what's going on anymore. With a fever and 2 days of not sleeping or whatever. What's going on in Mariposa County? Yeah, the donation thing. That's the easiest thing to accomplish. But I don't know, at the beginning of my stream, Opus, I honestly just go watch it. Just, you can go hit live button and come back to live. I think I've gone over this 5 times and I have a splitting headache. And it's after midnight and I was supposed to go to bed at like 6. I don't know, so. Wasn't that the building that caught fire earlier? Yeah, that was a structure fire that they said was out pretty immediately. Now, here's the thing. Mariposa County was talking about a burn victim, but what we're listening to right now is within the Sequoias. It's in Tulare. And they talked about a victim that was injured. I don't know if it was fire-related. Exactly, Dusty. There's a couple of subjects that will guaranteed just start an ugly argument that I will have to whack-moles. You know, whack-a-mole game. Somebody will say something, make somebody else angry. Somebody else will have a fiery retort. And I look back at chat and say, guys, why are you getting completely furiously upset about the weather? Or what you can theoretically do with the weather? It's like, okay. So what I get is accused that I'm part of the conspiracy to keep the secrets or whatever. So I'll just go ahead and accept that. Yeah, sure. Which Sequoia fire, Renee? There's one at the Windy. It's separate from the K&P complex. We're trying to monitor both. The K&P will probably merge together and possibly destroy and or impact, or I hope leave alone, in the next 72 hours. The Great Sequoias and Silver City's threatened, and so is Three Rivers. And so I was kind of staying up spam refreshing Tulare County Sheriff's Office to see if there's any mandatory evacuations, because I can't imagine that there won't be. Their trigger for evacuating the town was the fire reaching the Milk Creek Ridge lookout. So we've had a heat detection here within the last hour. It doesn't mean that it's right there. Remember, the margin of error is like there could just be down here, could be over here, could be kind of straddling this, could be straddling that. It could be the entire mountainside is on fire and we don't know which one is true, because that's margin of error. So we check cams, we listen to radios to try to figure out what's going on. We cross-reference the whole thing. But this is completely sad. I'm the leader of the Priory of Silence. I don't think I ever saw that. I remember my family members going, "This book!" And it was the Da Vinci Code thing. And I had just taken art history, like, pretty elaborately and majored in it. And I went, oh, yeah, is it? And I just opened it up and I was like, oh, what BS. Interesting, but I don't think I got past a couple pages. But it isn't from the Dan Brown book or something? Yeah. That's exactly what somebody would say if they were part of the conspiracy, yes. Renee, though, they're trying to map it right now. They failed at mapping it because of the smoke. So a couple of craft have flown over. Both the Windy and the other two. Now I know that as soon as I go away, something's going to happen, such as the radio will stop working. Oh well. Let me try to clean up these tabs. And close them down. And for God's sake, don't tell me about a new fire or something, or I will never sleep. Just let me go to sleep. But honestly, they don't know how big they are from one moment to the next, unless they just completed infrared nighttime mapping. Usually they will update the maps by about 4 in the morning. They print them out by 5. At 5 in the morning, they take them to the briefing situation room thing. They brief their troops at 7 after discussing the map with their plans for the day. And then at 7:30, they roll out and replace the night shift. So usually you can refresh InstaWeb and see these maps show up sometime around 4 in the morning. It depends. I'd love to hang out with you guys, but I'm immortal. I am immortal. Who accidentally closed her own stream again. I think I can just open that window again. That's weird how it doesn't have to be open and still streaming. I'm immortal. I'm a mortal immoral. Puzzle this out. Yeah, the BBC documentary from the 70s is way better than Dan Brown books. That's cool. I'm not saying it isn't intriguing, but I just found that really interesting. That I had just been studying the Da Vinci type stuff. There's a lot of interesting Easter eggs where he was trying all sorts of experimental things with optical illusions and such. At the yeah, all's quiet in Mariposa now. Okay. And oh, hi Tracy. Last thing, it would be cool if YouTube had a live save tally. Yeah. You're right, Tracy. Wow. Whoa. Yeah. Oh, you were an initial art history major too. That's cool. People were telling me you'll never make money with that, and I'm like, but I could have a variety show on YouTube and then travel the world looking at art, and people like it. And they're like, that'll never work. What do you mean, make your own documentary films? YouTube's a fad. It's a thing where kids share videos of their cats. But no, really, get a real career. But okay, good night, Dusty. Yep, good night. You know what you guys could do is you could all make a conspiracy to stop talking in chat. I would think that you guys all went to bed and think I didn't have to monitor things or entertain you, and I'd be like, oh, I hope everything is okay. And as soon as I go away, you're like, the cat's asleep. Nice. Assemble. Okay, yeah, I will. What day is it? Tuesday. Tuesdays are generally bad days for fires. I have too many terrible Tuesdays. We have to figure out why this is so. I wonder just what is the skinny on this camera pivoting around and then the explosion. Just what exactly? Transformer? No. How dare you share some links? How dare you? No. Okay, I gotta close stuff. I think that's a suitable window. I'll do the multicam. Why are the ants back? And what do they want crawling on my legs? That's not where food is. I have no idea why the ants crawl up my legs and get in the pants. I think one did it. It left that trail. And the rest just follow it. Just why? Why you enter the pant leg? Do you understand that I will crush you with inadvertent body movements? Alright, I'm gonna fumigate. The full moon affects things. What was the ball of fire? That was an explosion and a structure fire. We were just checking random cams. And I said, maybe this one's pointed over at our thing. And I looked down and there's just this big, massive new fire start. So I played it and we watched it. It was just like... normal traffic during the night. Normal traffic during the... Whoa! Boom. You can even see like little flaming bits of debris litter the landscape. So you can go and do your own time lapse. I even called it in as like a new fire. I've gone punchy. Yeah, I've been that way for most of the last 12 hours since I tried to go to sleep since 2 a.m. yesterday. I was going to get on, watch the morning updates, set up the stream, and go back to my sick bed. And I don't know where all of that went wrong. All I know is that multiple fires broke out. We had the saddest, one of the saddest town hall meetings I've ever been to or seen, with not much hope. It's not hopeless, but there isn't not much practical hope. The ants do that to you as well. They're part of the conspiracy. What do they want from us? We had lots of birds. That did keep me awake. We had, did you see the hawks? There are ravens and crows and hawks. Lots of birds. See, there's the raven. First the raven sits down and was like, I'm the king here. What are you guys doing? And the crows started bothering Raven. And then Raven's like, wait a sec. Why? And then moved around. And then there's more Raven. Like, I'm the king. You will bow before me, you small peasant crows. They stalked Raven. And then something funnier happened. I'm trying to figure out, well, see, there's one of the crows. Well, I don't think it's on this cam. Darn, I thought I had saved it pretty good. I don't think I did. But a big hawk lands and says, whatever, I'm the king. Big red tail. And they were like all hanging out in front of the cams. I think that's what kept me up first. I do kind of have an idea of what went wrong. He croaked. Yeah. Alright, I'm going to sleep. Just let me already. Stop giving me links and telling me that there might be EVACs and stuff. And fires also let me go to sleep. How dare you, fires? Oh, okay. Is it still going? This grist fire thing? I thought it was over. That infrastructure fire was the grist fire, right? But that's the KNP complex. Nothing. Okay, we don't have an evacuation order. I'm sure that might change though. These old images of what could be lost. In fact, I'm doing this. I'll just set up the multicam. My multicam link is here. I'm still playing the radio, but I fear it may drop out because of inactivity. I'm going to try to set it up so it doesn't. Alright, setting up Broadcastify. Alright, how did I do this? Pop out cam. Yeah. I got fancy. Okay, resize windows. Yeah. Okay, that's nice and dark mode. Turning off. Auto off. Okay. It has 6 active users. I just hope that it comes on. Okay, listening to fire or wood. Brook trails. Terry County. And will be long periods of silence. Easy. Multipass, yeah. I forgot to label the cams. You saw the raven? Did it say hello? I hate this OES. This is the worst program. I don't understand why it resizes stuff. The more words I put on there, the more it resizes the letters. That shouldn't be. It should just be one font. I don't get it. I need to switch to a different one, and I hope the fires will be over and give me a week to like understand things. This is day 66 or something. I've been live, so. Alright guys. I hope the radio stays on. It's supposed to. Good night. No, JCat, you don't understand. You know what YouTube does is it suggests other things for me to watch. No. Good night all. See you in the morning. Be good. Don't ban anybody without writing down their name and taking a note why. And then report to me later. Alright, good night.
Medic 9114 available. Medic 9114, midnight 18.
1142, Howard Force.
Transport 1142 has been released from the McCutcheon incident, available.
Transport 1142, Howard Force, copies. Return to your original assignment, midnight 39.
Howard Force, you were broken.
Transport 1142, Howard Force, copies. You are clear and available. Return to your prior assignment, midnight 39.
Switch back to local.
Transport 1142, Howard Forest. I copy you are clear and available from the McCutcheon incident. Go ahead and return to your prior assignment. Midnight 45.
1142, returning to Howard Forest.
Howard Forest, copies returning to Howard Forest. Midnight 45.
Howard Forest, Transport 1145, Command 8.
Transport 1145, Howard Forest.
Transport 1145 has been released from the McCutcheon's incident.
Transport 1145, Howard Forest, copies. Go ahead and return to your prior assignment. Midnight 47.
Transport 1145 will be returning to Boonville. I will place a call to the command center when I get cell service. The dozer is out of service mechanical.
Transport 1145, Howard Forest, copies. Midnight 47.
Forest, McCutcheon IC, Command 8.
McCutcheon IC, Hard Force.
Releasing water tender 5493 will be coming up in air shortly.
First copy, 0103.
Howard 4, water table 5493.
Howard 4, transport level 42.
Incident available, returning to Willis.
Water table 5493, 0127.
For 1142 and quarter, Howard 4.
Transport 1142, 0127. North Main Street. Medic 9150, Medical Charlie response 317 North Main Street in apartment 59, cross of Sherwood Road, 317 North Main Street in apartment 59, 50-year-old female with chest pain and altered. Command County Fire Red, tactical Cal Cord 0154.
Fire Force 9150 responding.
Medic 9150, 0157. Medic 9150, hard force. When you have a moment, can you place a call at the command center?
9150 is in the area attempting to locate.
Medic 9150, Power Force copy 0207. Ukiah, medical, Circle Trailer Park. Ukiah Fire Medic 9114, medical Charlie response to Circle Trailer Park, 317 North Main Street, and space 59, crossing East Smith Street. Adult female, altered with chest window for the details. Maintaining fire red, possible Cal 40208. Of course, Medic 9150 confirming release cancel. Medic 9150,
Force, Medic 9150 back. We're sitting on Main Street where the addresses go from 310 to 348 with no evidence of a 317 or any apartment building. And down at this end of town, we're almost out where you go out to the highway.
Force, copy. 0210.
9150 available.
Fire Force, Medic 9114, responding.
Medic 9114, 0210.
Medic 9114 at the
Medic 9114, 0215.
Fire reports, Medic 9114, clear and available, not at the border.
Medic 9114, 0226. Ambulance 2151 available at the 203. Engine 7381, 0437.
Fire Forest, reach 18.
Howard Forest. Reach 18, Howard Forest, low audio. Are you on an IAT from the coast to...
Reach 18 committed IFT from the coast to St. Helena.
Reach 18, Howard Forest, copy 0451.
Fire Forest 3-2 team is listed westbound.
3-2 team 0514. Engine 1161, Howard Forest. Vehicle fire, Highway 162. Battalion 1118, notification, engine 1151, Cobolo fire, additional response requested for a passenger vehicle fire across from Feast Family Foods Highway 162. First unit at scene, Keith Dicey, Kern County Fire Blue, Tactical V-Fire 22, break. Additional response requested. Battalion 1118 notification, engine 1151, Covelo fire, passenger vehicle fire across from Keith's Family Foods. No further details. Kern County Fire Blue, Tactical V-Fire 22, break. Additional response requested. Battalion 1118 notification, engine 1151, Covelo fire, passenger vehicle fire across from Keith's Family Foods. First unit scene, Keith IC, Command County Fire Blue, Tactical V-Fire 22, 0519.
Fire Force, engine 1161.
1161, Howard Force.
The nearest cross is B Street.
Engine 1161, please repeat your traffic.
Fire Force 1161, cross street of Greeley. 166.
Engine 1161, cross of Greenleaf?
Greeley.
Greeley, Howard Force copies.
Fire acknowledged.
Below fire 0521. C5500 0522.
Power Force News 1151 responding.
Engine 1151, 0524.
Chief 5500,
5500, 0524. Assume Greeley IC.
assuming Greeley, I see.
Power Force Engine 1151 at sea.
Engine 1151, 0526.
5573 responding.
Jim 5573, 0529. Chief 5500, Howard Force.
5500, go ahead.
Chief 5500, do we have a report on conditions?
Fire's out. I'm trying to see what kind of truck it is, and I'm going to get back to you in a minute with the license plate. And 5 burn under the hood.
Chief 5500, Howard Force, copies. Information, MCSO has started at time of dispatch, 0530.
Copy.
Howard Force 5573 at St.
Howard Force, Chief 5500.
Hold all traffic, stand by. Greeley IC, Howard Force.
Greeley IC, go ahead.
Did you have traffic you recovered?
Yes, I have a Toyota Tundra V8 four-wheel drive, license plate Colorado, Charlie Robert Henry -113. The Trio Off-Road.
Chief 5500, a Toyota Tundra, license plate number Charlie Robert Henry -113.
In front of me, out of Colorado.
Howard Force, copy. 0533.
Howard Force, read EIC.
Great, EIC, Howard Force.
Fire's out, all units are clear and available.
All units clear and available. 0544.
Power portions 1151 available.
No 1151, 0545.
Howard Forest, McCutcheon IC, Command 8.
McCutcheon IC, Howard Forest.
Transition with engine 1195. FA Wilson will have the McCutcheon IC.
Howard Forest, copy 0553. Team 0604.
County Road 12 refers to Hopkins Local
0605. Western on local, you are covered.
Howard Forest, engine 1173, en route to McCutcheon's ICP, local 12.
Engine 1173, 0625.
1156 arrived at McCutcheon's IPP, local 12.
Engine 1156, 0632.
1156. Howard Force is 1173 arrived at McCutcheon's IPP, local 12.
Engine 1173, 0632. McCutcheon IC, utility 1153 in command.
McCutcheon IC.
What? McCutcheon IC, hard force.
McCutcheon IC, utility 1153 in command. Place a call to myself. McCutcheon IC, utility 1153, command 8, zone 12. Blue Ridge Crew 1, utility 1153, command 8, zone 12.
Utility 1153, Blue Ridge 1, command 8.
Blue Ridge Crew 1, would you rather head back to LNU for R&R and feeding, or come to UConn?
I believe they already have R&R set up for us where we currently stand.
Confirming back in LNU.
Yeah, for me.
I copy that. Utility 1153, 6102. Utility 1153. I'll bring our dozer tender with fuel up and fuel the water tender in place. I copy it. Battalion 1112, 0640, 6102, utility 1153. Go ahead. Do you have a contact number for Ribatero? Yeah, I'll get that to you here shortly. Do you have cell service in your text that to me? I've got to deal with that order to me. Copy. Energy 1184, 0640.
8147, sufficient fire at scene. Charge force 8147, you can also cancel medics.
Strike Team 9122's officers confirming you're at base camp. Delfer. 0659.
Howard Forest, Farm Port Crew 1 and 2, same traffic.
Just confirming you guys are at the McCutcheon.
With the Hopkins.
I copy, Hopkins, 0657. 20 west. Yep. Yeah, go ahead. Hey, you have tires, what up? Yeah, it's really good. I guess let them know that it's only two of us.